Good morning, everyone. Our 20th anniversary Caregiver Conference will begin in 5 minutes. I also want to mention again that if you're having any technical difficulties or have any questions, please let us know by emailing us at programs@cato.org. Welcome, everyone, to the Caregiver Conference. We are grateful to be able to hold this event virtually. We will first start the program today with our virtual resource fair sponsored by Nikkei Senior Gardens and Jean and Vicky Kanamori. To kick off, I'd like to welcome Kanako Fukuyama and Dr. Yuichi Yanami from Iyashi Care, a Kyoto Province partnership program.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kanako Fukuyama. I'm a social worker for Iyashi Care program, and I'm here joined by our physician, Dr. Yanami, to tell you about Iyashi Care. So to start,
show you how I grow this amazing.
Okay, to start, let's have you answer to these questions to see if you may benefit from Iyashi Care. So the first question is, do you or someone you care about have one or more serious or chronic illnesses? And you see those diagnoses here listed. So I'll give you a moment to go through that. But many of you are here today, I assume, that because you're caring for someone who may have one or more conditions listed here, and especially Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, and any other age-related illnesses. The next question is, do you or someone you care about have symptoms that impact overall quality of life? And again, here are some symptoms. Managing symptoms is challenging as it can affect your day-to-day activities. Among those, decline in fine motor skills, decreased ambulation, and weight loss are common symptoms for Alzheimer's disease and dementia. It can also affect mood and cause anxiety and depression. Next question is, do you or someone you care about need help with any of the following? Caregiving is not simple. You may need additional support, such as private caregivers, meal services, and transportation. But where do you start to look for such resources? As a caregiver, you not only provide the care, but also make decisions, sometimes difficult decisions like facility or treatment, medications, or end-of-life care issues. In such situations, where do you turn to ask for support? And would you or someone you care about benefit from any of the following? How many of you here find it difficult to discuss when to stop driving with your loved one? Have you had disagreements with other family members or relatives about long-term care facility options or end-of-life care options? Do you wish that you had support in facilitating such conversations and decision-making? The last question is, would you or someone you care for feel supported if the Iyashi care team helped with any of the following? If you received additional support from Iyashi care, such as listed here, would your caregiving experience be different? Can we help to ease your way? So if you answered yes to any of those questions, we believe Iyashi care is right for you. So now Dr. Yanami is going to provide you with a little bit more about palliative care or Iyashi care and how we can support you.
My name is Yanami. I'm the physician from the Let me briefly introduce myself before I do that. I'm born in the US, but grew up in Japan. And I guess we can make a word like Kibei. Sort of a Kibei in a more modern way.
Great, Dr. Yanami. This is Kent from Keiro. We're having some difficulty with your audio right now.
Really? Can you hear me better this way?
It's still a little distorted.
I just use the regular speaker. Is this better now?
Well, while Dr. Yanami is trying to figure out the audio, maybe I can continue a little bit. Can anyone still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, all right. So let's say, for example, since we have a lot of caregivers today, and I'm assuming that many of you are caring for your older parents or maybe elderly spouse. Maybe they have Alzheimer's or maybe they have Parkinson's disease. So sometimes we have actually, many times we do care for people who have that condition and the family members who support that loved one. So oftentimes the family members, they've been doing their best so far up until this point to care for that loved one. But sometimes they need the validation to know that. So we actually, can provide the validations and also make recommendations for future caregiving. And also other things that the family members often have questions is like what's going to happen? What does it look like for the future, for the loved one and the caregiving? And what else do we need to do? What are the things that we need to be prepared, for the future in terms of caregiving, and also kind of like, legal and financial aspects as well. So we can come in and have a conversation with the loved one and also the family members and anyone else that is involved with the care, and can give, we will give them a guidance as to, okay, so this is what's happening, and this is probably what will happen in the future. So these are the things that you should consider to prepare. And that can include facility options, that can include financial planning, that can include legal consultations. We are not lawyers, we're not financial planners, so we cannot provide that consultations. However, we can connect you with those resources. So that's how we can support. And along the way, the family members face time to make decisions, hard decisions, and we can act like a sounding board to you as you try to make those decisions.
I'm not sure, can you hear me better with this microphone?
Yes.
Okay, it looks like I only have 2 more minutes. What should I say? Well, I like to point out that so when you enroll in Iyashi Care, we will make an in-person visit at your home. Usually once a month, but when things are more stable, could be every other month, or maybe sometimes only on phone support. We're using a lot of telehealth, whether Zoom or those type of things these days because of the COVID. But a lot of times actually it seems like the family likes it. So I'm wondering, maybe when this is all over, we'll still might have maybe 1/3 or 1/4 of the visits on telehealth as well. Other thing is, so besides the once a month visit, we will check in with you. My nurses and Kanako social worker will check in with you to make sure you guys are doing okay. And more importantly, we'll give you a phone number you can call 24/7. One of our motto is to avoid unnecessary hospitalization. If you have to go to the hospital, I think you have to go, but you don't want to go for some minor reason or more or less go to ER and be told that you really didn't need to come. We can provide you some guidance of when you need to go to the hospital or when you don't need to go there yet. And we work in conjunction with a primary care doctor. We're not replacing the doctor, but we're trying to be an extra layer of support to you. And I want to point out that I want people to use us in the way that is most helpful. Some people need actually a lot of help navigating the medical issue. Some people just really needs, and then where I will come in more to maybe talk with the primary care doctor adjusting medications, or if it's a pain, I'll be the primary person taking care of it. It could be more of a social worker issue where you really need a caregiver help, or you need to decide what's the best facility or best caregiving direction that you need to go to. Sometimes it's more of just a language problem. And me and Kanako, we both speak Japanese, and we can help you translate or try to make sense of what's going on for you. I think it's already time, and I just want to really conclude by saying, often we have a patient say, the family say that I wish we knew you were available 6 months ago, a year ago. If you have any concerns or any questions, please do reach out, and we can let you know that, well, sure, you're doing well, you might not need our help right away, or we can just have a little bit of help and just stay connected so we can really help you when you really need us. Just want to say that you're really not alone. We like to be able to help you navigate any difficult medical decisions, any caregiver issues, and any help. Thank you.
Thank you, Kanako and Dr. Yanami. Now I'd like to welcome Yukari Roberts from Home Care Assistance, Millennia.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Keiro, for hosting virtual caregiving conference to offer resources and education for Japanese American and Japanese older adults and their family caregivers. I'm Yukari Roberts, Head of Operation for Home Care Assistance, Millennia Japanese Division. We take our mission seriously to change the way the world ages and to provide every single one of our clients with individually designed care. We are nation's largest home care agency, and over 8,000 trained caregivers are working nationwide to support our clients' happy and healthy living. Please move to the next page. Okay, today we would like to share the video that we made for Caregiver Conference titled Caregiving Tips to provide you additional resources to learn how you could support your loved one and yourself comfortably. These are the lists. Number 1, 15 ways to reduce caregiver stress. Number 2, strategy to help a parent with dementia accept care. 3, how to spot 12 signs of Alzheimer's. 4, 15 ways to reduce fall risk for seniors. 5, healthy cooking recipe. I hope you can add this to your recipe book. You may notice some limitation in activities due to COVID pandemic. Please enjoy the video and call us if you have any questions. Please start the video. Thank you.
Thank you, Yukari.
Thank you so much.
Joining us now is Teresa Tong and Kendra Polucha from the California Telephone Access Program.
Many people have been inoculated, but I think we can all agree that, we're still a ways away from normalcy. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Teresa. I'm here with Kendra, and we're here to share with you what California Phones is doing to help people stay connected during these difficult times. So due to time constraint, if you have any questions, you can take my information down in email or call me. I'm going to share my screen right now. So today we want to share with you who we are, how we're funded, what kind of equipment and services we provide, and how you can contact us and become a part of our program. And my slides is not advancing. Let me see. There we are. Okay, so we got our start when a group of deaf and hard of hearing activists went to Sacramento. They lobbied, and they said we want equal access to communication. So we were able to provide the TTY device. Now, what happens though, if someone has it and other people don't have it, we were able to implement the relay system in '83. And I'm going to explain that a little bit more as well. Currently, we also included other categories besides hearing, which is the seeing, moving, speaking, learning, and remembering category as well. So how are we funded? If you've never looked at your phone bill before, you can take a look today. There's a surcharge called California Relay Service and Communication Devices Fund. So it doesn't matter if it's on your landline phone or if you have a cell phone, you will see that surcharge on your phone bill. So there's no age, no income, and no insurance requirements. It's actually free. Our goal is to help everyone in California who has difficulty with one or more of these categories, the hearing, seeing, moving, speaking, learning, or remembering, to get our equipment and to be able to use and utilize our services. So the TTY is the one I mentioned earlier, the first piece of equipment we got into our program. So you can see it's for someone who's deaf or severely hard of hearing, where they will be able to type in the conversation and see the captioning above there. So on the top, you see the two black, which is couplers. So the old handset that we have, you would put that on top of it. And that's how the captioning is read. So there's a flashing light when the phone rings. We also have accessories. So you can apply to get an accessory in addition to a piece of equipment, telephone. So we have accessories such as super loud ringers, and our equipment is T-coil and hearing aid compatible. I want you to keep in mind that the equipment that I'm showing you is just one piece of equipment in the category that we're talking about. But earlier I mentioned the California Relay Service. So if I don't have the equipment, but I want to call my friend who does, so I'm just going to briefly go over, we have this service here. By dialing 711, I can have an operator repeat what I'm saying. So my friend will read it, type a response, and then the operator reads it back to me. So it's very simple. You just dial 711. And this is available in English and Spanish, and it's available 24/7, and it's free for all users. In line with this service, we also have another service called Speech to Speech, which is also available by dialing 711. So anyone that has difficulty to understand speech can have an operator repeat what is said as well. So you could have CP, someone with Parkinson's. So any of that. We also have accessories. I'm going to go over that in a little bit. So this is a telephone that we provide that has outgoing speech amplification. A lot of our phones do cross over several categories. So this one here has the large buttons. It's lighted, so someone that has vision can see it. It has the loud volume. This is one of our loudest volume phones. And the thing that's important is also to have the clarity of sound. So this one does have that tone control. It's got the speakerphone capability. In terms of accessories, we have the anti-stuttering device for speech, the artificial larynx, and of course, the TTY that I mentioned here. So if you have difficulty with hearing, this is another phone that also has the same functions or features that I mentioned earlier, the loud volume, the tone control. It has the speakerphone. So the thing with a speakerphone is if you're listening on it, then you're using both ears to hear the conversation, not just one. So that actually will help. We also have phones with captions. So we have the captioning phone. And of course, we have accessories. So we have like a flashing light when the phone rings, a flashing light. Also, we have a vibrator too. So vision here, we have this phone with large buttons. So we've got the contrasting colors. So we've got the white on black, the black on white, which is not pictured here. Talking keypads. So talking keypads is if I press a number, it's going to repeat that number back to me. So of course, if I can't see, I can actually hear it, the number being repeated back to me. And I know you can't see it, but there's also Braille for the blind, so that we have the numbers and the alphabets on here. Are the phones that I showed you earlier, the black one and the first one, they also have the talking keypads. So most of our phones have that. And yes, we do have lighted keypads on some phones, but this one does not have that. What about mobility? Mobility here is a basic cordless phone. So you see in the middle, it's one button talk, one for on and talk for off. And it's got all the functions that I mentioned earlier, the lighted keypad, the volume control, the tone control. And you see all the lighted red areas. That's where it will light up when the phone rings. So we've got this, we have speed dialing and we have remote operation phone. So say someone is bedridden, they can use a different remote control to make the call or to answer a call. So I could use like a pillow switch for my head, pedal switch for my foot. If I'm a quadriplegic, I can use an air switch and I can just blow into it or sip into it, and I can make a call or answer a call. So what about learning and remembering? We have here a photo phone. So I can put pictures of people that I call frequently. But say maybe, you know, I know that my mom likes the color purple. I could put purple and I would know that's her. Or Jane likes the stars. She's always talking about stars, obsessing. So I can put a star and I know that's Jane. So whatever works for the person using the phone. So, and aside from this phone, we have accessories. So we have a photo dialer and a voice dialer that can be attached to a phone. So we have these mobile devices here. So this can pair with your cell phone. So the top one can be paired with your hearing aids, and it has that volume control. But if I don't have hearing aids, I could use earbuds and use it that way. The bottom one is one of our most popular models. It's cordless. It has the volume and the tone control, and you could put it on speaker or you can use it as a handset. So again, you know, if somebody's listening to music, they're watching a video on their phone, they can put it on speaker. Or maybe you're making a call to the doctor and you want to be able to hear the conversation as well. So you can have it on speaker so more than one person can hear that conversation. We also have a basic Panasonic that also pairs with your smartphone as well. So if you don't have a landline, you know, no problem, we can provide that to you. In line with Bluetooth and smartphones, we have a basic smartphone training class, one for iPhone and one for Android. So if you're interested in that, please do give us a call. And now we're going to transition into how you can get some of our equipment.
On this screen, we have our application showing. So the requirements are you live in California, you have telephone service, and you have difficulty in one or several of the following: hearing, seeing, moving, speaking, learning, or remembering. Now you can get this application either by calling us, or you can get it on our webpage, and Teresa will give you that information in just a little bit. Now the people that can fill out the application, you would fill out this first portion, and then there's another page that you would take to your certifying agent, which is like, for example, a medical doctor, nurse practitioner, speech language pathologist, hearing aid dispenser. There's a list that you're seeing right now. You don't need to memorize that because we give that information on the application. It's there for you to look at, so you know who can sign it. Once you've taken it to them, and you can see this is the back side of the application. They'll check a few boxes, let us know if you do have a hearing need or a vision need, mobility. They fill out their information, and then you can return it to us, mail, email, fax, or in person. If you are able to come into our office, we have offices throughout the state, as far north as Redding, as far south as San Diego. I'm in Santa Barbara, and then both Teresa and I, you can see us in Glendale often or West Covina, but we have awesome people throughout the state, full-time offices and part-time. So always give us a call first, just to make sure hours are the same, requirements are the same, just to get a little bit more information. If you are unable to come to one of our offices, give us a call. With COVID, everything changes kind of constantly. Normally, we would go to a home if they are unable to come to us. Right now, sometimes we're able to do what's called a drop off. So I might get equipment all set up and drop it off on your doorstep and help you to set it up by phone. That is a limited basis and person to person. We do an assessment and see if it's right for you. But our main goal is always to make sure we get the right equipment for you, help you to use it properly, help you to communicate.
So this is our last slide. This is our all of our direct language line numbers. And of course, if you say, well, I don't see Japanese on there, you can call our 800 number and you can say, I speak Japanese or Japanese, please. And we will get an interpreter to come and help with the call. So on the bottom, you see our website. So with the website, you can download an application. You can even fill out the application online and then print it out. You can contact us by emailing us, by chatting with us. And all of the equipment that I showed you, as well as everything that we offer in the program, you can view that on our website. So again, we are open Monday through Friday of our full-time service centers. Part-time does vary. So if you decide to come see us at a part-time service center, please make sure to call us or contact us first. And again, if you have any questions due to time, if you need an answer right away, you can call me or email me, or you can call our 800 number. And I think that's it. So thank you so much. We hope to see you.
Thank you, Teresa and Kendra. We'll now hear from Angie Ye from Alzheimer's Los Angeles, Keiro's co-presenter for the 2021 Alzheimer's Conference, which will take place on Saturday, May 1st, 2021.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, and thank you. My name is Angie. I'm here from Alzheimer's Los Angeles, and I'm going to be talking about empowering care partners through education. Because at the end of the day, caregiving is a partnership that requires kind of a balance, having a two-way street. So first, I'm going to talk a little bit about Alzheimer's Los Angeles. We are a local community-based health organization providing programs and services in LA County to address the needs of people living with Alzheimer's disease or another type of dementia, as well as their family members. We are currently celebrating our 40th year serving the community. And as always, our mission has remained constant, which is to improve the lives of families affected by Alzheimer's and related dementias by increasing awareness, delivering effective programs and services, providing compassionate support, and advocating for quality care and a cure. Currently, all of our services offered, I've put onto this slide on the screen. We have a helpline that you can call at Monday through Fridays at any time from 9, I believe, to 4:30. And you really can ask any questions that you might have. There is no question that is too big or too small. And it really is to provide information, emotional support, You can ask to speak to a care counselor of the day. These are master's level social workers who will be there to answer your questions. That kind of leads into the next service that we offer, which is care counseling. You can have personalized support and care planning whether in person or over the phone. Of course, because of the pandemic, we're doing everything over the phone and virtually. But we're hoping to go back into, in the future to have more assistance in person as well. We also have support groups, which is, you create a safe space to talk about some of your challenges, share your successes with people that understand what it's like to care for someone living with dementia. They're really able to be in a safe space and just kind of vent out any frustrations and just to give you a little bit of a pick-me-up. This is all virtual at the moment. And we also have community outreach and caregiver education. We have specific topics that are created to address home safety, to address how to communicate with someone living with dementia, how to continue to create these moments that you can celebrate and these bonds. We also have presentations on how to address difficult behaviors or challenging behaviors. We also have early stage programs. We have Arts for Alls and Memory Mornings. These are really great programs to engage the care partner and the person living with dementia so that you can have a moment of just being together rather than being in that that caregiving dynamic. And we also have programs that are dedicated to, if you're interested in baseball, for instance, we have a program that's dedicated for people who love baseball, and then they can talk and get to know each other. And it's just a really nice social engaging moment. We also have professional training as well as Medic Alert Found California. All of our services, except for the professional training, are 100% free. We're here to provide these services to help support and empower care partners, as I mentioned earlier. One of the things that helps to empower and encourage is knowledge. And we have a program called the Savvy Caregiver and Savvy Caregiver Express, which was created by Dr. Kenneth Hepburn. So the Savvy Caregiver is a 6-week program that is evidence-based, and it's proven to significantly reduce care partner distress and significant improvements in caregiving mastery. And so it really emphasizes, this is a 6-week program that meets 2 hours a week for 6 consecutive weeks, and it provides care partners the basic skills, knowledge, and a platform to realize and develop attitudes needed to care for a family member who has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's or another type of dementia. And so it has been proven to show positive results in improving both quality of life for the care partner as well as the person living with dementia, because it emphasizes person-centered care and caregiver empowerment. And next, we also have a 3-week program called the Savvy Express, which is based on the Savvy Caregiver program, and it provides just as many, if not the same number of benefits as the original Savvy Caregiver program. This was developed because it was a response to community feedback that busy care partners may not be able to have the time to attend 6 consecutive weeks for a program. So we wanted to make sure that we're appropriately addressing the needs of care partners while also respecting the demands of daily caregiving. So both of these programs are specifically designed to benefit care partners through knowledge and empowerment and understanding. And so it really is to help reduce stress. And we have exercises and incorporating tools and strategies to really emphasize that self-care is important, that well-being and community support are also very, very important. And so we really want to focus on the fact that Alzheimer's is a disease of emotions, and these savvy programs can help care partners set realistic expectations and plan ahead, which helps reduce situations of crisis and overall stress. I'm going to share really quickly about some feedback for participants. And if you're interested in joining a class with us, as you can see, I'll be sharing some our website information, and you can kind of see our helpline number and our website information on these slides anyways, but I'll kind of share a little bit of how you can get connected. So participants of the Savvy Caregiver Express has stated that they felt less alone, knowing that other caregivers and care partners in the workshop are experiencing similar challenges and emotions. Some participants also found that the foundational knowledge to be very helpful in understanding how dementia affects their loved ones or a person that they're caring for, since they felt the information provided to them by their doctors after a diagnosis was either limited or wasn't always very applicable to their situation. And they also felt like they gained strength in a newly found community compared to when they used to feel as though they were struggling alone. Additionally, they learned strategies and important pertinent care and information to caring for their loved ones as well as their own well-being. They shared that communication alone can be very therapeutic. I have personally seen a care partner come into the first week of a class visibly burnt out and crying when describing their situation caring for a parent living with dementia. This individual transformed into a stronger and much more confident care partner by the end of the third week through self-empowerment and through knowledge gained. So the structure and knowledge gained from the program put into a actionable plan results in a better overall experience as a care partner. And as my favorite quote by our author Tara Reid goes, while no one can change the outcome of dementia or Alzheimer's, with the right support, you can change the journey. So Savvy Caregiver and Savvy Express can be an instrumental tool to help improve the journey of living with dementia for care partners and the care recipient alike. So please go ahead and this is my information. This is my email. It's ayeh@alzla.org. I'll be happy to personally connect you with any of these services that you might be interested in or you're curious about. I also would like to direct you to our helpline, which is 844-435-7259. You can connect with us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. We have a YouTube channel. And so if you go to our website, which is alzheimersla.org, you can go ahead and find out, you can click on the About Us, or who we are, and you're able to click classes and workshop. We have a at-home learning program. And like I mentioned, all of our services are 100% free, and it's all virtual right now. So please go ahead and reach out and ask for help, ask for anything you might need, and we can face this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. We'd like to welcome Ryan Iwamoto and Ling Huang from the 24-Hour Home Care.
All right. Can you just confirm you can see my screen and hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Ryan Iwamoto. I am the president and co-founder of 24-Hour Home Care. I'm also a proud Yonsei, fourth generation Japanese American, and I'm extremely thankful to talk to everyone today. My company has been a proud supporter of Keiro for several years. And personally, my parents have been following Keiro and the events for many years. And I actually believe they are in the audience today. So if mom and dad is there, I want to send a virtual hello and thank you for being a part of this conference. All right. So before we get started, I do want to highlight that really recommend you guys paying very close attention and potentially taking very diligent notes, because at the end of this presentation, I'm going to have a trivia question. And if you get that question right, you will be eligible to win a $50 gift card. So please make sure you take those notes. So 24-Hour Home Care, just a little bit about us. We are a non-medical home care company that provides professional caregivers to seniors and adults and children with developmental disabilities. I founded the company back in 2008, and 13 years later, We have over 24 locations throughout California, Arizona, and Texas. And we have a high density of offices throughout Southern California. So we go as far as the Ventura County area to the San Fernando Valley, Los Angeles, South Bay, Orange County, and also in San Diego County as well. We're honored to provide over 5 million hours of care in 2020 during the pandemic, and being a part of the solution, keeping people safe in the safest place, which is their home. Normally, I don't like to toot our own horn here, but I think when picking a home care company, trust and credibility is super important. So I wanted to quickly share some awards that we've won over the last year. And I'm not going to go over all of them just in the interest of time, but I do want to highlight first the one on the top, which is it's the Stevie Awards, and we were awarded the most valuable service in our response to COVID-19. Now, the reason why I want to highlight this is because this is actually an international recognition, and one of the first times we've been awarded an international award. So super proud of that and the work that we've done, keeping people safe in the pandemic. And then some other awards that we won, we've been named Best Place to Work by Fortune Magazine, Forbes, and Inc. in 2020, especially during a time of a pandemic, people being staying at home, really take pride in winning those awards in 2020. And like I always like to say, happy caregivers equals happy clients. All right, so I just didn't want this presentation to be about 24-hour home care. I wanted to provide some resources for all of you that you're able to take and apply them to finding a caregiver. So here are 5 tips on how to hire a caregiver. I'm also sharing this because this is typically not a conversation that happens often. This is not a conversation that you're usually going to have this, over lunch or with family members during the holiday. But every person in this Zoom room right now is going to experience the challenge of finding a care provider, whether it's yourself or you have to hire someone. So I think these are very, very important tips that I want to share with you. So number 1 is have a very clear job description. So writing a very clear job description is essential for finding the right candidate who will be willing and able to do the work that is needed. Be specific as possible. You want to set the right expectations with your caregiver, so really there's no surprises. And think about it. Let's say if you had a business and you're looking to bring on an employee, you want to make sure that they are fully aware of the job and the responsibilities that come with it. When going through an agency like 24-Hour Home Care, we actually take that work and do that work for you. So we have a free in-home assessment that we can document all the duties that are required and make sure we can match you with the right caregiver for those duties. Number 2, do it legally. Now, many people's first thought is, well, maybe I'll just hire someone privately and pay them cash under the table and maybe skip out on some of the employment taxes. I will caution you, if you are hiring a caregiver privately, you are legally the employer of the caregiver. And if you or the caregiver gets audited by the IRS, it could mean big trouble, which outweighs any potential savings of hiring someone privately. And it's not that difficult to do it legally with W-2s and tax forms. You can go through companies like Care.com that provide that service. You can work with your accountant or also work with an employment lawyer who can set you up. Or you can also go with an agency such as 24-Hour Home Care, who would be the employer, and we would take care of all the payments to the caregivers and also cover any sort of taxes, liabilities. So if anything does happen while the caregiver is working, that is covered through the agency. Number 3, interview candidates and ask plenty of questions. And this goes back to having a very clear job description, right? If you are going to be bringing someone on board to your own business, think about it, right? You're not going to hire a caregiver or your employee, after a phone call, or maybe you had a recommendation. You're not going to have that person work, the next day. You're going to probably be very thorough with it. And it's no different of what you would do with a caregiver. So don't be afraid to ask the tough questions. You know, are you okay with bathing? Are you okay with cleaning bowel movements? Are you comfortable driving in your own car? And just like you would for your own business, I would interview a few times, right? It may start off with a phone screen, right? And if the person seems good, you may want to invite them in to do an in-person interview or a Zoom interview to meet the candidates. And if maybe the top 1 or 2 candidates, if you really like them, you would bring them back and have them meet with your loved one and have your interview loved ones just to make sure it's a good fit with them as well. Number 4, do a background check and check references. I'm going to start with the checking references part. This is so key. You want to make sure they're able to provide not just one, but a few references. And make sure you ask those questions to those references, like, you know, how well did the person perform on the job? Would you hire that person again? Would they recommend this caregiver for the job description that you have for them, right? Because it might be a different skill set that's required. You know, if the caregiver struggles to provide references or maybe gives family members as their references, that's a red flag, just like it would be for, you know, bringing on an employee for your own company. So it goes the same way. And then for the background checks, this is key. And I think if you weren't listening to me during this whole presentation, this is the one area I want you to listen. Make sure you do a nationwide criminal background check. Now, I say that is because you can find different services online to do background checks, but sometimes it might just be a local or statewide background check. Now, within my agency, you know, we employ over 11,000 caregivers every year, and we go through a lot of different applicants. So the one thing that I always find very surprising is that there is a high number of caregivers that go through our interview process. We do a statewide background check first, and that comes back clean. And then we get the nationwide background check, and oftentimes there's hits on the record. So I highly recommend, if you are going to hire a caregiver, please make sure you do both a state and nationwide background check. And you can find a lot of different providers online that can do that background check for you. Now, if you go through an agency, especially here in California, a licensed agency, they are required by the state to do a live scan fingerprinting that checks both the state, which is the DOJ, and also nationwide, which is the federal database. All right, and the last one, number 5, have a backup plan. We know life happens. Your caregiver may get sick, may move out of town, or maybe just simply doesn't work out with the caregiver. So you want to make sure you have a plan B. And that might be you covering the gap until you can find a replacement, or maybe you have a family member or friend that can fill in. Or we have a lot of clients that do this with us, is that they have their own private caregiver, but they would hire us to be the backup plan, right? And the benefit of going with an agency is that they have a roster of many caregivers with many different types of skill sets and backgrounds, and probably can do a really good job of finding someone quickly for you instead of going through the whole process again of interviewing. So those are my 5 tips on how to hire a caregiver. Obviously, there's a lot more to it than just 5, but I felt like these are the 5 most important ones for you to take away for this presentation. Now, if you have any questions, here is some information on how to get a hold of us. I also want to bring up Ling Wang. She's our managing director of our LA territory. Ling, do you want to say a few words here?
Hello. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi there, Ryan. It's nice to see you on a Saturday. Good Saturday to everyone. So my name is Ling, as you know, and I'm the local representative to 24-hour home care in the LA area. Although I'm a relatively new member of the 24-hour home care team, I'm not new to the needs of the elderly. My father was getting cancer treatment, and so my family has the experience of identifying care for my father. So having had this firsthand knowledge, I've walked in the shoes of families who are encountering the challenges of caring for a loved one. So 24-hour home care brings this empathy and compassion to guide families during these challenging times. So we're here to guide families and to provide care options for the family needing care. Additionally, we also realize the time of stress and hardship for families, and we're here to provide the support system for you. So please feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to speak to all members of the family to find the right solution. Just make sure everyone's getting taken care of. So that's my little intro, and please feel free to contact me.
Thanks, Lang. And it might be good too, before we get off, put your email and phone number in the chat so that they can get a hold of you. Okay. And then I did say I did have trivia for the end. So hopefully you're taking copious notes, but I do have the trivia question. What year was 24-hour home care founded? Now, what you're going to do is, if you have the correct answer, you're going to email ryan@24hrcares.com with the correct answer by the end of the weekend, and I will enter you into a drawing to win a $50 Amazon gift card. So go ahead and do that. If you don't know the answer, if you weren't taking notes, you can also go on our website in the About Us section. You can find the answer there too. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Ryan and Ling. And the last resource fair vendor we have is Kevin Onishi from Nikkei Senior Gardens.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. It's kind of rough going after a drawing like that. So unfortunately, I don't have any gift cards to raffle, but I do want to take the time to explain a little bit about the community I work for. So like Kent said, I'm from Nikkei Senior Gardens, and we're an assisted living community out in Arleta, which is a little bit north of Little Tokyo. We're home to about 60 residents who have a wide variety of needs, and our staff is here to deliver services to take care of them. We provide assisted living, memory care services to help each and every one of our residents age in their own unique ways. Before I really get into it, I do want to congratulate Keiro on 60 years. I'm sure all of you by now have seen all of the great material they've been putting out. And in particular, I'm really excited that they've been pushing 20 years worth of caregiving services, because as you all know, caregiving is so difficult. And caregiving during the pandemic has been just as difficult for, I'm sure, a lot of the families on this call. You know, you've had to balance your work life, working from home. You've had to balance, you know, some of your kids who are taking classes from home. And, you know, if you're a caregiver during the pandemic, you don't necessarily get that time for that respite care. In fact, a lot of families I've been speaking to recently have also shared concerns with me about, you know, how their loved ones' social circles have been diminishing during the pandemic. So I just kind of want to show you what life has been like for us here at Nikkei Senior Gardens during the pandemic. And, you know, I'm really grateful for our team here who has really helped our residents adapt their own personal daily lives as well. So just like everyone else at home, you know, our residents have been really changing their daily routines. A lot of them have picked up new hobbies, like Joy here, who's been actively doing a lot of our arts and crafts classes. Our residents have been, you know, golfing just like everyone else. It seems like golf has been the #1 sport during the pandemic, and our residents have been out on our putting green every day doing their own little contests out there. And just like everyone else, our residents have been celebrating the recent championship victories that LA has had the past few months. I will have to say, after the Dodgers won the World Series, you know, our residents were pretty ecstatic, and we had a couple of residents even break down crying in the hallways because they were so excited about being able to witness and be a part of the World Series. Now, just like everyone, the pandemic has really, you know, gotten everyone geared towards food, and I've been really grateful for our kitchen's ability to continue to provide 3 meals a day to our residents. This is a seared ahi tuna that we had a few weeks ago. Here's some pictures of our staff members who have been, again, constantly putting out delicious bentos for our residents. And I think that's one of the interesting things about our community is we've been able to provide a balance between both Western food, so whether it's different sandwiches, steaks, potatoes, seafood, and also Eastern options as well to really satisfy the needs and the cravings of people's culinary interests. And finally, we've been able to celebrate the holidays here at our community as well, whether it's through Setsubun, where we actually had some of our staff members dress up as the Onis, and the residents, instead of throwing beans because it's a little hard to clean up during these safe sanitary measures, we actually threw paper at the staff. Recently, we were able to celebrate Hinamatsuri, so we had the residents here dress up and send pictures out to their family members. And, you know, we're even able to celebrate our own modified Oshozagatsu this year as well. But obviously, pictures don't really tell you the whole story about what life's like here at Nikkei Senior Gardens. And I would love to, you know, invite all of you to come up to Arleta to take a tour. But right now, we still are modifying our in-person tour. So I thought instead, I'd show you a quick video that kind of shows you what our community is like.
Hey, Kevin, this is Kent. We're having a hard time hearing the audio from your video. If you want to reshare your screen and enable audio, I think that might be the solution.
So I think I am running out a little bit out of time, and I apologize. I think my audio wasn't 100% working, but I was going to show a quick video of our personal apartments. But actually, if you want to go to our website, www.nikkeiseniorgardens.net, you can actually see a wide variety of photos and videos and actually layouts of all the rooms there. So I encourage you to go check that out. Monthly rates for our community do start at about $4,915. And what that does include is it includes access to all of our meals, housekeeping services, activities, and so much more. So if you are interested in learning more about our community and trying to figure out what types of services that we provide that meet the needs of your loved ones, please feel free to reach out to me. You should be able to see my contact information here on the screen. But what I'll also do is I'll drop it in the chat below. And to kind of wrap things up, I just really quickly wanted to go over a couple of tips that I've kind of wanted to share since being a part of here at Nikkei Senior Gardens. The first one is, don't feel guilty for wanting to encourage your loved one to consider alternative living options. I think a lot of times there's the notion of, as a son or daughter, you want to do everything you can to take care of your loved ones at home. But moving into a community isn't necessarily relinquishing those duties as a son or a daughter. The reason why we're here is we can provide different levels of support that can really help your loved ones thrive. And ultimately, it allows you to go back to being their actual family member versus their caregiver. The second one, and I believe Dr. Yanami emphasized this earlier, was start the conversation early. The earlier you have conversations with your loved ones about what types of care do they want, do they want to move into a community down the road, the better idea you'll have to really understand what their needs and wishes are. And finally, there's always going to be reasons for putting off why you want to move into a community like ours. But really what we like to encourage families is move in earlier while you still have options. I think a lot of times people always push off and say, what, I might not be 100% ready to move into Nikkei Senior Gardens yet, but by the time they do need us, we're either filled or you might require a higher level of care that we can't always necessarily provide. So again, I really encourage all of you, if you are interested in learning more, to please reach out to me. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions or comments you have. And hopefully once things are safe, we can invite you here to our community. So again, thanks, Keiro, and thank you everyone for joining in on today's resource.
Thank you, Kevin. And thank you to all of our resource fair vendors and our sponsors, Jean and Vicky Kanamori and Nikkei Senior Gardens. Now, I'd like to welcome Keiro's President and CEO, Jean Kanamori.
Good afternoon and welcome to Keiro's 2021 Caregivers Conference. 2021 is a milestone year for us. In addition to this year's being Keiro's 60th anniversary since our founding, this is also the 20th anniversary of Keiro's first Caregivers Conference. To those of you who registered for the care package, we hope you are able to use the items to support your caregiving responsibilities. As more and more older adults are choosing to age at home, the role of the family caregivers have increased. We are finding ourselves having to take on responsibilities we were not necessarily prepared for. And as more of us having to step up and provide care for our aging loved ones, the need for caregiver support grows. Keiro has been here for the past 2 decades, supporting caregivers at every step of their caregiving journey. And Keiro will always continue to adapt with each of us as the need of caregivers continues to grow. Last year was often described as the most challenging year of our lifetime. But this year, I am hopeful and optimistic that things will turn around. With more people getting vaccinated, continuing to wear masks, and following the guidelines from the CDC, there is a light at the end of this tunnel. And on the horizon, I can see all of us hopefully resuming some version of normal once again in the near future. For Keiro, this is also a celebratory year for us. We have several exciting events planned throughout the year in commemoration of 6 decades of serving older adults in our community. I invite you to continue staying engaged with us all year and join us for our upcoming programs. We will not be here today without the partnership of donors, sponsors, and supporters in our community. I would like to thank our presenting sponsor, the Aratani Foundation, our Caregiver Care Package sponsor, the Doizaki family. And last but not least, thank you to all of you who generously made a gift in support of today's event. 1 year ago today was our staff's first official day of working remotely as a result of the pandemic. And these past 12 months have certainly had a profound impact on each of our daily lives. Who would have thought that we might be balancing our day caring for our aging parents while we work? And who would have thought that Zoom meetings and drive-by visits would become our new norm? Today's keynote speaker, Christina Irvin, will touch on the challenges and tips of caregiving during the pandemic. Christina is a clinical services director and family consultant at the Family Caregiver Alliance. She oversees the staff of the Bay Area Caregivers Resource Center, who provide direct services to family caregivers, including assessment, counseling, education, and support. She has been the Family Caregiver Alliance for over 14 years and has a master's degree in social work and is a licensed clinical social worker. She's a longtime friend of Keiro, having spoken at several of our caregivers conferences in the past. After her presentation, we'll have a question and answer session, so please feel free to type your questions in the Q&A below. Please join me in welcoming back Christina Irvin.
Thank you all so much, and I'm so happy to be able to join you all today here. I know we all wish we were in person and being able to see each other, but I'm really happy to join you again virtually, kind of in whatever format we can make this work. I'm happy to be here with you. So as said, I'm going to talk a little bit about kind of what it means to be caregiving during this pandemic that we've been in, and it has been challenging. It's been a very different year for caregivers and for all of us, so hopefully the information that we talk about today will be useful for you moving forward in your own caregiving journey, however that looks and however it's changed over the last year. So my goal today while we're together is to talk about how COVID has impacted caregivers, what we've heard from our clients, what we've learned from some national studies and research, looking at what impact it has had on caregivers, both in terms of the type of care provided and just emotionally their own well-being. And then we're going to look at how do we manage that? What are some of the ways that we can cope with all the challenges that COVID has added to caregiving? So looking at what are some of those resources and supports and kind of where do we go from there? And, you know, as said, please feel free to put any questions in the Q&A, and I'm happy to take those when we do the Q&A portion at the end of the presentation. So as we get started, I want to kind of give an overview of, again, what we've heard from caregivers that we've been working with and what's been reported. And none of this is probably a surprise to you if you're caregiving. And a lot of these aren't really new, but we've seen that COVID really exacerbated some of the challenges that caregivers have faced. And the first being kind of juggling multiple roles. Caregivers who are trying to help kids with virtual learning might still be trying to work from home, and then also managing care of a loved one. And whether it's they live with you or at a distance, both of those kind of bring with them their own challenges of trying to juggle that care. And how do you manage it? And there's definitely been an impact on finances. A number of caregivers have lost jobs. People may have had their hours cut, and the cost of living has still continued to increase. And we know for caregivers that over the course of a year, caregivers may spend about $8,000 out of pocket for things like medical supplies or incontinence supplies, co-pays. And so lost wages, increased costs, it's just been another added stress on lives. And then whether you're caring for someone with maybe some dementia, some mental health issues, or it's somebody who you just have spent now a full year with at home, spent a lot of time together, we see sometimes these challenging behaviors in small spaces, everybody in the same home together. It's definitely created, I think, some tensions within families, and has added to some of the stress and worry that families have. And then some of the biggest ones, I think, are this lack of control and uncertainty. There's so much that has been unknown over this last year. What precautions do we need to take? What's safe to do? What's not safe to do? Who can we gather with? When will there be a vaccine? When will we be eligible for the vaccine? What does that mean? So there's so much that we haven't been able to really control, and we haven't known exactly where this is going to go. If we knew what was to come exactly when it would happen, it still might be difficult, but it's something we can prepare for. And instead, we've just been kind of in this space of unknown. And that can be a lot of caregiving in general. When you're caring for somebody maybe with chronic health conditions and you don't know how their condition is going to progress, what it's going to look like down the road. And now we had COVID on top of it, and it's just made this so much more difficult. Added to that is the worry from caregivers about what happens if I get sick. If I'm taking care of somebody else and I catch COVID, well, what does that mean? What are we going to do? Who are we going to turn to? And so not surprisingly, what all of this has done is it means that caregivers are reporting even more stress. So the Rosalind Carter Institute on Caregiving did a national survey, and some of these are the results from that, is that 83% of caregivers said that their stress has increased over this last year. And also that people are getting fewer healthcare visits. I know early on we heard from several caregivers, but there's one in particular who said that her mom fell, and normally she would have just taken her to the ER, but she wasn't sure if that was safe. So she called the doctor, and the doctor said, you know, I think just keep an eye on her, look out for these symptoms. If you see these problems, okay, then you might want to take her in. And that put a huge amount of worry and stress on this caregiver, who is now the one who is making the determination whether her mom has a more serious injury or not. And that's such a huge worry and burden on families to be making those decisions. There's also less support for caregivers right now. People might be afraid even to have family members or friends come over. We've seen, senior centers, adult day programs have closed all their in-person activities. So there hasn't been the ability to rely on some of our usual ways to get more help and support. And as a result, we see more caregivers feeling isolated. And where does that come from? It's a number of different things. Again, not all of these are new, but they've just been made worse with COVID. So not knowing, who do I even go to for help? You're all here, which is great. So you've got one resource that you've known that you can connect to at Keiro, and having that as an option. But do you know, how do you find in-home help? Are there caregiver support groups? What do I do if mom now has mobility problems and can't get in and out of the house? What are the resources available? And often people end up feeling abandoned when they step into this role of caregiving, because there might be other family members or friends in your life, but they may or may not understand what it means to be a caregiver. So they may not get what your role is and understand that reality. And too often we see people not stepping up, and that can create some conflict and tension within the family. This expectation sometimes that this is family, this is what we do, and yet you might find that you're the only one who has actually stepped into that role. And it may not feel like it's okay to let other family members know what's really going on. Where are you stressed? What's difficult? What do you need help with? The expectation sometimes is that they should just get it. They should want to help. And when that doesn't happen, it can be frustrating, but it can also feel very isolating and very lonely. And then definitely this year, we've lost some of our social supports. We can't gather in person in the same way. We're all not together today. And so not being able to really see our family, our friends, maybe coworkers, other caregivers, we've seen this increase of isolation and loneliness. And more research is showing that that actually has an impact on our physical health as well. So we'll talk more today about what are some of the options, what are the ways that we might be able to manage that. Along with kind of this increased isolation, what we've seen increase this last year is feelings of grief and loss. And some of it is expected when we've seen people that we know, people in our community die from COVID, but also potentially from other illnesses and injuries, and we're not able to gather and mourn and support each other in the way that we used to. But there is also grief and loss that can come with caregiving for somebody, because we see the changes that are happening in their health, in their abilities. And so this is often thought of as anticipatory grief. We're anticipating decline that we see coming. We see the progression, we see a decline, and we're anticipating those future losses. Throughout COVID, we've experienced this even more at times, because we're worried about, well, what happens if they get sick? And this is somebody who's maybe higher risk. And so we're constantly anticipating these losses that may or may not come, but that weigh on us. There's also this idea of ambiguous loss. The idea that somebody is maybe there, but not there. That we've lost things, and yet we still have pieces of them. So you may be caring for somebody with some cognitive impairment, and they're not the same person that they used to be. They can't have the same conversations. And you say, well, they haven't died. They're still with me. They're sitting right next to me. And yet they're not the same person that they were. You may feel like, as you've been in this caregiving role, that you're not the same person that you used to be. Your relationship to your loved ones is not the same as it used to be, and yet it is still there. So it's this ambiguity of the loss that is often really hard for us to manage, because we have sometimes these two opposing feelings or viewpoints in our head, and we can't always make sense of them. And so rather than thinking about things in this either or, someone's either here or they're not, it's having to change our thinking to a both and. There are both things I've lost in my relationship, things that I've lost and losses that I see in the person that I'm caring for, and yet they're still here. Looking back on this year, we may say there are things that I've lost. Our world is not the same as it was 1 year ago. And yet, are there things that are still, that I still have, that are still important to me, that are still good in my life? And it's finding that balance and being able to recognize those two things that may seem like they contradict each other, but being able to recognize both of those at the same time. This was mentioned earlier, but really common emotion for caregivers is the sense of guilt. And often with that comes these feelings of shame. They very frequently are related to the I shoulds. I should make sure that they wear masks or that they don't go out as often. I should be able to stay patient and not get frustrated during the day. I should be able to get my work done. I should be able to visit more. I should be able to do it all myself. I shouldn't need to ask for help. I shouldn't be so stressed. This is what we do. This is who we care for. I should be able to do it. And these I shoulds will really weigh on us. And it makes it hard often for us to move forward and to figure out, well, what do I do differently? And it's unrealistic to say, just let go of the guilt, just give it up. You don't need to have it. It's probably not going to ever happen. Caregivers tend to hold a lot of that guilt because we feel like I am responsible for this person's care. So what I would ask you to do is think about, are there times where you can differentiate between guilt versus regret? Guilt says I've done something to harm or offend another person and I need to make amends. I need to find a way to atone, say I'm sorry. And regret is the sorrow we feel about circumstances that are outside of our control. Definitely a pandemic, a lot of that's been outside of our control. What we can get another person to do or not do, that may be outside of our control. The resources that we have available to us, some of that we can control, some of it we can't. So we can say there's certain things I regret. I wish it was different. I wish they didn't need so much care and that I also need to work or need to take care of children or have my own health issues and that limits how much I can do. I can regret that. But is it something that I totally have control over? So do I need to feel guilt over? Again, may not mean that you can let it all go, but can you let a little bit of it go and recognize that sometimes there are things that are outside of our control? And we're going to come back to this sense of kind of control and what we can do. Because this is kind of the context of the challenges of caregiving and especially caregiving during COVID. But we want to figure out, what do I do to manage all of this? How do we get through it? And the framework I wanted us to talk about today and think about is how do I build up my own resilience? And there's lots of definitions of resilience. This one comes from the American Psychological Association. So this is one I'm going to kind of frame our conversation with today. And it says that building resilience is the process of adapting well in the face of adversity, trauma, tragedy, threats, or significant sources of stress. And if that doesn't define caregiving, and especially caregiving during a pandemic, then I don't know what does. There are lots of sources of stress, your loved one's well-being, COVID, what it means for our health, the threat of illness, of death, the threats that we're seeing in the rise in hate crimes within the Asian community, and particularly with older adults to them. There's been a lot of tragedy and a lot of losses. And for many people who have past experiences of trauma, this last year has been very re-traumatizing for them. So building up resilience is how well do we adapt to that? And it doesn't mean that those things don't still hurt us, aren't still hard, aren't still stressful, but it's how well do we adapt and evolve from them? So they might still knock us down a little bit, but it's how well do we come back and actually adapt in a way that we are better able to manage them as they come the next time. Maybe not in the same form, but how well do we adapt to those stresses, to those traumas and those tragedies that we're facing? So these are the components that we're gonna talk about in terms of how do we cope as caregivers during a pandemic so that we're stronger and we adapt well and we come through it on the other side. And so the first is really looking at how do we develop healthy thoughts, about finding purpose, building connections, getting help, and wellness. But we're going to start with healthy thoughts because that impacts so much of what else we do, is how do we think about things. And this one caregiver said, you can't control the situation, but you need to think clearly to understand how to navigate it. We can't control the pandemic. We can't necessarily control when are vaccines available, what are the resources, but we need to be able to think clearly to know what steps to take. And we have heard from so many people, and I know at times during this last year, I've definitely experienced it myself, that because of kind of stress and everybody working from home and all of our virtual life, that sometimes memory is a little worse than it used to be. We're not always able to think through things as clearly. Might take a little bit longer to read through certain sentences before it fully gels in your head. And that's the impact of stress on our thinking. It can be the impact of guilt on our thinking, and anxiety and worry. And so really having to notice how we think and figure out what's helpful and what's not. There has been so much anxiety, worry, and uncertainty, and we need to figure out how is that impacting how I think, how I plan, and the next steps that I take. So figuring out, are my thoughts helpful or are they unhelpful? So really noticing what your thoughts are. And oftentimes, if we do, what we will hear is us saying, this is never going to get better. I don't know what to do. I'm not able to do it all. I should be able to do more. I should be patient. All those shoulds, all those feelings of guilt come back up in our thoughts. And we need to think about, is that true? Is it true that I never get everything right? That I'm always impatient? That I'm not able to do anything? Or are there moments where that might be true, but it's not all the time? And actually, there is a lot that I get done every day. And I have moments where I'm impatient, but generally I'm taking really good care of this person. And yes, there are things I don't know, but there are other things I'm doing really well. I was talking with a caregiver the other night, and he cares for both his parents. Dad recently passed, and he said when Dad came home from the hospital, he said he felt inadequate because he didn't know how to take Dad's blood sugar and give him his insulin, and he wasn't sure if he was safely moving him because he couldn't walk so well on his own, to get into the shower or on the toilet. And he said, I didn't know, I felt so inadequate. He's like, I felt like I maybe wasn't doing it right. And it's like, well, did you do the best you could with what you knew? Did you ask those questions for help? Did you keep your dad out of pain and as comfortable as you could? And he was able to say, yes, I did. But we tend to focus on the things that we feel we're not doing well, or at least that we feel uncomfortable with. And so challenging your thinking, is this correct? Is this accurate or not? And that can be hard to do on our own. That's often where talking with other people, talking with therapists or counselors can be really helpful. But what it does, it helps us refocus our thoughts to, what are the things I can control? There's things I'm not happy with. What can I do differently? And what have I done well? What's changed that I have to let go of? And what are the things that I can do moving forward? And a lot of what that is learning how to grieve those losses, grieve those changes, and get to a place of acceptance with what our reality is and what we can and can't do. David Kessler is a grief therapist and did a lot of work with Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, and he said, acceptance, as you might imagine, is where the power lies. We find control and acceptance. I can wash my hands. I can keep a safe distance. I can learn how to work virtually. It might also be, if you're caring for somebody who has some memory loss, to say, I can accept that they are not going to remember why they need to put a mask on, or that they haven't had breakfast yet, or that they need to take a shower. What are the things that I have to learn to accept so that I can figure out what I have control over and what I can do to keep myself safe, to keep my family safe, to get the help and support and resources that I need as a caregiver. And a lot of what it comes down to when we're talking about what we can control and what we can't, is what we can control is our actions, our attitudes, how we think about things. So many people have heard the serenity prayer, and there's a caregiver version of it that says, grant me the serenity to accept the person I cannot change, the courage to change the person I can, and the wisdom to know that person is me. That if we're talking about how do we cope, how do we build resilience, is what do I need to do that's going to help me through this? If my thoughts aren't helpful, okay, how do I change them? What are the resources that I can take? And that can help us when we're faced with this reality that we've been living in of uncertainty and unknowns, because we often feel very helpless, powerless in these situations. And when we start to notice, what are the things that I can control? What can I do? Those are the things that help us feel more in control and then feel more empowered. Often much easier said than done, but something to focus on. So the next piece of how do we build resilience is finding purpose. And recognizing purpose in caregiving is actually so beneficial because they've found that it tends to create some protective factors, that all the stresses that are associated with caregiving, they don't go away, but we better manage them when we remember what meaning and purpose caregiving gives us. And for some, it is that familial piety, that this is family, this is what you do. But there are moments where it's easy to forget that, where you might say, here's somebody I love, but doesn't mean that there aren't moments that I get really frustrated with them, or that I wish this was not what our reality was, and I wish we weren't doing this. So finding that reminder of why do you do this? Why are you caregiving? So take a moment for yourself and think about, has caregiving given you a sense of purpose or meaning in your life? Why do you do this? Why are you here? And you might find there's also been other positives that came out of caregiving that you didn't expect. Those new skills. There may be some of you who, in addition to caring for family, also had a career of, nursing or CNA or LVN and something in that. And so you learned all of that. But for most caregivers, you have taken on tasks that nurses and health professionals do without necessarily having gone to school for it. And yet you have had to learn it. You may find that this has helped you kind of build your relationship with the person you're caring for, or at least that you get to have this time with them. And again, a sense of, I'm taking care of my family, they cared for me, I'm going to care for them. But in those days when it's hard and it's frustrating and it's stressful, being able to take that moment and say, despite all of this, what is my purpose? What is my meaning with caregiving? Can help you adapt to and manage some of those stressors and struggles. So thinking about, what does that bring to you? And then knowing that there's been so much isolation with caregivers long-term, with COVID, big part of resilience is building our connections. And this has definitely been a lot harder. This has not been as easy over the course of this last year. Being here today, even if you can't all see each other, knowing that you're in a room, maybe virtually, but a room, a couple hundred people who are all caregiving, having that connection, but finding ways to stay in touch with folks. So how do you have video chats with families or friends? I know this has been harder if you're caring for somebody who is in some sort of care home or maybe senior community, or they live at a distance. It's been more of a challenge, and there are some technologies that can help with that, help people kind of stay connected and talk with people virtually when you're not able to visit and see them. So more of a challenge, but it is a possibility. But again, how do we maintain those connections? Most of the caregiver support groups were able to shift to a virtual format. So there are support groups through Alzheimer's Association. I know you heard from Alzheimer's LA earlier, through the Los Angeles Caregiver Resource Center out of USC. A number of the other disease-specific organizations will have them, and they have moved them virtually. And the chance to be able to connect with other caregivers who understand what you're going through, even if it's a little different, but know the journey. They're walking the similar path to you. There's Facebook groups for caregivers. Also, it's finding what works for you, but finding those ways to maintain those connections to people and to build on them. Many of the senior centers and community centers have shifted to having classes or activity or discussion groups online, and they may not be caregiving focused, but that actually may be helpful for you, is what are other interests or hobbies you have, and how do you find people who you can connect with around those areas. And so this is important for you as a caregiver, but it also may be really important for the person that you're caring for as well. How do both of you stay connected to each other? What are things that you can do together? And what are ways that you can include them and engage them in connections? Well Connected is a wonderful program. It's been around for a number of years. They're an organization called Covia, and it's phone-based, because we know not everyone is super comfortable with Zoom. We've all learned it quite a bit over this last year, but it's not something that everybody is as familiar with. And so phone-based activities and discussion groups. Alzheimer's Store, which really is kind of an online store for caregivers of people with dementia or Alzheimer's, and lots of ideas and products. And often the activity ideas on there can spark things that you might do with what you have at home, but ways that you can really kind of engage and stay connected to this person that you're caring for. Because often what we hear when people are surprised that caregivers are so isolated is, but they're caregiving. By nature of that, there's another person involved. So how can you be isolated? And it's often because it's different. It's not maybe the same relationship it was. And so are there ways that you can find activities that you can do with that person and stay engaged and connected to them? Time slips is one of those ways where it's about kind of using creativity and art to stay engaged with people. Are there friendly visitor programs? And then Caring Bridge and similar programs like Lots of Helping Hands are ways to kind of create these very simple online pages about the person that you're caring for, that you can invite certain family members or friends to keep them up to date about what's happening, to keep them engaged, let them know what's going on, where they might help, but just to keep them aware of what's happening in your caregiving. And then lots of other kind of online tours and kind of visits of parks and aquariums. Again, things that you can do with the person that you're caring for, things that can be relaxing or enjoyable, but a way that you both can stay kind of connected and engaged with each other. Because I think that's been one of the biggest challenges we've heard from a lot of caregivers is, we're at home all the time. What do we do? What do we do together? And so feel free, again, ask questions, or if there's comments about things that you've used and tried that have been really helpful that you want us to share with the group. Those are always great things for us to hear. And so this next piece about resilience is seeking help. And that might be external help through community resources, but that also can be, what are things that you as a caregiver can do, steps that you can take that help you feel more proactive and more in control. Again, so much helplessness, so much uncertainty. So what are the steps that you can take? Do you have your legal documents in place? And I'd say both for the person you're caring for, which is normally what we think about, but also for yourself. You know, this concern that caregivers have had, what if something happens to me? These are kind of steps you can take to make sure that you have the help that you need, that you have the legal documents in place so that people are able to access that help as needed. So do you have advanced healthcare directives? especially if you're not able to go with the person to the hospital or somebody can't go with you. This says, this is who I want to make medical decisions for me if I can't speak for myself, and these are the choices I want, the things I want or don't want. And that's been really important when we've had this distance and we haven't been able to automatically be there at the hospital, that they know this is who to call, this is who to contact, this is who should be involved. For some people, this also may entail having the PULSE form, which is the physician order for life-sustaining treatment. For people with more serious illnesses or conditions, it may be helpful because it gets down to very specific medical interventions that you might want or not want. Would you want CPR, intubation, feeding tubes, all of those? So again, important to have these conversations ahead of time, as hard as they are, because it helps us feel a little bit more in control. And when we are interacting with medical and healthcare systems, it makes it a little bit easier to kind of communicate with them and let them know what our choices are and who should be making them. And as part of that, having all of your medical information in one place. This might be a notebook or a binder. There's now apps and electronic health records that you can keep, but current medication list, who are the doctors, major health history or surgeries or allergies, having that all available so that in a crisis, in an emergency, it's ready. And again, those health providers that you're working with, you've got it ready and you've got it there. Telehealth is obviously huge right now, lots of video visits with doctors, but really figuring out, what does that look like for us? How can I talk with my doctor virtually? What questions do I have about vaccines, about what's safe for us, what's healthy for us to do? Initiate those conversations with your doctor, have them. And if going in person doesn't feel like it's safe or it's not an option, have them via telehealth. If you're noticing more feelings of kind of sadness or anxiety or worry, you can have counseling visits through telehealth. So know that these are options and these are steps that you can take for resources and for support. And again, seeking help from the community, what's available. And I know this was mentioned from one of their resources earlier about reaching out for help before you need it, understanding the services, understanding the resources, making those connections sooner can be really useful, because in the crisis, it's so much harder to do. But things like, adult protective services in a crisis, if you're caring for somebody who you feel like now maybe they're living alone and it's no longer a safe option and you don't really know what to do and you can't get there, that may be somebody you can call in a crisis. The Disaster Distress Helpline is a federal helpline from SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. And it was put in place for things like natural disasters, for human disasters and tragedies, and also for pandemics. So it's a crisis hotline to connect you in the moment with somebody to talk to, with community resources that you might be able to go to next. But it can be a good helpline when you need it. There's a 24-hour helpline to the Alzheimer's Association if you're caring for someone with dementia. So if it's 10 o'clock at night and you're caring for someone who says, okay, well, I'm going to go for a walk now, I'm going to head out, or you've just had a really frustrating day of communication and you just need somebody to talk to in that moment who understands dementia and understands caregiving, that can be a great resource. And then the Friendship Line is a program that actually started in San Francisco and is now available throughout all of California, but it is a 24-hour emotional support and crisis hotline geared specifically towards older adults and caregivers of older adults. So when you're struggling or really having a hard time, it's people, again, who understand what it means to be aging and what are some of the unique considerations and supports that are available. And really start to connect with your community resources. You may not know exactly what's out there. You may not know what you might need down the road, but to make these connections early so that you know who you can call and what some of the types of resources are out there is really beneficial. As said in the introduction, I'm with Family Caregiver Alliance. We are the Bay Area Caregiver Resource Center. In California, there is a Caregiver Resource Center everywhere you live. And I know most are probably in the LA area. So the LA Caregiver Resource Center at USC and their Family Caregiver Support Center is a great resource, a place to call and say, you know, I'm a caregiver and this is what's difficult, or these are the types of resources I'm interested in, or I'm looking for a support group. That's a great resource. Elder Care Locator will direct you down to your local area agency on aging, and another great source of information about local programs. Again, not really open right now, but you know, when the adult day programs are able to reopen, how do I find one of those? You heard from home care agencies today, but if you lose those phone numbers, and how do you find a home care agency? Or, you know, is there a program to help with home safety modifications to make sure that somebody is able to age in place at home? And you know, how do I get grab bars, or are there places to get ramps? Those are the types of programs that can really direct you down to those community resources. And so you don't have to know what's out there, but you just have to be able to call and say, this is what I need help with. This is what I'm worried about, or the types of resources that I think I need. What's available. And one of the challenges with COVID has been, how do we balance that? You know, what's okay in terms of using resources or not? And these are not easy answers. And there is not a one size fits all. It's often balancing well-being. You might say, I'm worried about bringing help into the home right now, but I'm not able to juggle childcare and work and caregiving, and it just doesn't feel like it's okay. And so you're sometimes having to balance that. But recognizing that help you use helps you take care of your loved one the best way possible. And having outside people helping you isn't you saying, I'm done. I'm done with being a caregiver, but it's saying, part of being a caregiver is me coordinating that care, making sure they have the care they need, whether it's from me or me and a combination of other people. But you have to decide what's acceptable risk for you based on what your risk level is, health concerns or issues you have. And so these are really important conversations to have with doctors. But thinking about that, if you're looking at in-home care, if you're thinking about visiting your loved one, if they live outside the home, or if you've got people maybe coming to visit you, or you're using in-home care or using a care home or a care facility, to think about what's acceptable risk for me, what's the balance I'm willing to take, what are the precautions that other people are taking, you know, asking a home care agency, what are you doing? How do you make sure that your employees are safe if they're coming into my home? If you're going to use a care home in the community, okay, what precautions are you taking? So you understand the risk and see how well does that align with what feels comfortable for you. There's been a lot of increase in training around technology. So if you still are, you know, unsure about the Zoom thing and using kind of telehealth, you know, reach out again to these organizations and say, where are the computer classes? Where's the training classes? How do I get signed up for those, so that you can kind of still avail yourself of these programs that, again, help with connection, help with activity. And it's been our learning this year to learn how to use technology. But as uncomfortable as it can be to ask for, accept help, to realize that it allows you to care for them as best as you can and still feel like you're able to maintain your own health. And you taking care of your health and well-being allows you to be there for them. And so that last piece of resilience is finding what are these things that foster wellness in you. And this is so different for everybody. And one of the first things that we'll hear from caregivers anytime somebody tells them, well, you need to take care of yourself, is in what time? And so these are activities that can be done in short increments. Maybe you only have 2 minutes, 5 minutes at a time that you can do something for yourself, but what fosters and builds wellness in your life? You know, exercise we know is great, both for our mental health, our cognitive health, and our physical health. But things like being in a garden or reading or listening to music, meditation and relaxation exercises are so simple and can be so helpful for people. There's been a lot more research in in recent years about mindfulness practices. Again, all things that you can do anywhere in short periods of time, but figure out what works for you. One of the things I saw recently is something called awe walks.
Okay.
And
then so are you able to, I guess, do you have the option to either move?
and obviously, these are things that you can do in settings like this, but it could also be walking down your street, noticing the trees, noticing flowers, plants, but just being present in that moment and noticing those things that give you a sense of awe. And then the simplest thing of deep breathing, how much that lowers our blood pressure. To just take deep breaths in and then out.
Okay.
So they are very simple things, but when they start to lower our blood pressure, lower our heart rates, lower our stress, again, it builds our resilience. It means that we're not quite at the top of our stress level. We might be a little bit lower. So that next stressful thing that happens, we might feel better able to manage. And another piece of wellness goes back to this idea of guilt. And sometimes what we need to do to foster our own wellness is to forgive ourselves. And there is a wonderful author and poet and former caregiver who I first met at this conference a number of years ago. And she has several books and poems about caregiving. And this one she posted on her blog a little over a year ago. And I will not do her justice to read the whole thing. And I encourage you, I've got the link here. You can go to her website. If you just search for her, you'll find it. Frances Kakogawa, and again, beautiful books and poems, but I'm going to read just a piece of this one that she titled Imperfections. We are so perfect in our imperfections. There is green fluffy mold atop yogurt, wilted lettuce, dehydrated onions that no longer bring tears, Spam and Campbell's soup cans, expired dates like former exes. We take our screams to the tangerine trees who spread their branches knowingly, offering us fruit beyond expectations. We are caregivers, perfect in our imperfections. So if you take nothing else from kind of this challenging year of caregiving during a pandemic, is how perfect you are in your imperfections. So we will not always get it right or know the answers. But by being there, by caring, by wanting to support somebody, how much value and hopefully purpose for you and meaning that brings. And with that, any questions people have, please feel free to submit those in the Q&A. Any reactions or anything you've used that was really helpful that you want to share with others. But feel free to ask any questions about resources or caregiving or what have been challenges that you would like more support with.
Great. So thank you so much, Christina. My name is Lynn Miyamoto, and I am the chair of the Keiro's board of directors. I learned a lot from your presentation as a former caregiver, and actually currently I do remote caregiving for my in-laws. And so I want to thank you for that information. So we have time for just a few questions right now that we're in the Q&A. And so the first question for you is, for legal documents, usually one person is listed for the, it says POA, which I think is power of attorney for health. Can more than one person be listed for the power of attorney for health?
It can, it is possible. So often for power of attorney for healthcare, which is a component of an advanced healthcare directive, you may name the primary person. Here's the first person I want to make decisions for me if I can't make them for myself, and then a secondary. So if that first person's not available, who do I want to come next? It is possible to name two people jointly. From my experience, I would caution people about doing that, because say you've got maybe two adult children and you want them both to make those decisions. What happens if they don't agree? They need to essentially come to consensus in then making those decisions. And if you all have great communication and you've really been open and you've talked through things and you feel like they're going to be on the same page, no matter what crisis or how emotional it gets, then it may work for you. But that doesn't always happen. So still encourage the communication, but I would be cautious about naming people jointly, but is really good to name somebody as a backup.
Great, wonderful. So another question is, my senior age parents are vaccinated. Are caregivers eligible for a vaccine?
Oh, we have had this question a lot. And I unfortunately can't necessarily give an exact answer. I will tell you that what we have seen is, in healthcare, they might have included, obviously those who work at hospitals and nurses and doctors. And in many counties, they're including home health workers and home care agency providers, and they haven't necessarily included families. And so there's been pushback to say, well, if you were hiring help, that person could get vaccinated, but what about me who is providing all the same care but unpaid? So I think my understanding of LA is they have not included family members yet. I think in the Bay Area, which is where I am, we have now started to see our counties allow that. I mean, we have been pushing it every time we get a chance to talk to public health and to talk to some of our other local departments. So I would say advocate for that. All the organizations down there advocate for that. Push for it. Even when we've seen it allowed, it's been in a really fuzzy way. So I think we've got to have caregivers and organizations keep pushing for that and say family members need to be included.
Great, thank you. And one last question. I've been feeling really isolated as I spent the last 365 days indoors with my parents. Any recommendations on how I remedy this feeling?
I mean, first, just recognizing that feeling, I think it is very real for caregivers. So looking at where are the virtual support groups? Can I talk to other caregivers? Really encourage people to join those and connect with those. So reach out to the Alzheimer's groups, to the LA Caregiver Resource Center if you're down there, one of the others, wherever you live. I'd say as a caregiver, that's one of the best first steps. But if that doesn't feel like the right fit, then look at, again, some of those community groups who might have classes or workshops online that you can join. Make it a point. Maybe it's to say, I'm going to call one friend a week and I'm just going to have a quick phone call with her. But how do you make it a point to do those things?
Great. So I want to say thank you so much, Christina, for all your helpful and very inspiring presentation. I really got a lot out of it, and I hope all of our people on this webinar here today also did as well. So thank you very much. I'd like to take a moment to thank all of you for spending the afternoon with us as we learn valuable tips to help each other along with our caregiving journey. As a former caregiver of both of my parents, and actually I am doing remote caregiving right now for my in-laws who are in their 90s, I understand the challenges that come with caregiving. And I want to thank you, each and every one of you today, for all that you do to support the older adults in your lives. This can be just helping with the groceries, reminding a loved one to take their medication, helping with finances, or anything else you are doing to support older adults. Keiro will continue to be here to support you as you provide much needed and often unrecognized care for your loved ones. We will be here to support you through our conferences, classes, Iyashi care, partnership, and online resources. And Keiro will continue to evolve to meet the growing demands of caregivers and older adults in our community. At this time, we will be taking a 5-minute break. Instructions were provided in an email sent to you this past week and yesterday. If you signed up to attend Thinking About My Future Care, Lessons Learned as Past Caregiver Breakout session, stay right here on this Zoom webinar, and we'll see you in about 5 minutes. If you will attend the Culinary Tips for Caregivers breakout session, please exit this Zoom webinar and follow the Zoom webinar link that is in your email. We will also paste the webinar link in the chat here If you click the link, a pop-up window will appear and ask if you want to exit this webinar and join that one. To join, select Leave and Join. Thank you again, everyone, and I look forward to seeing you in our breakout sessions.
Not much of a break, huh? Hi, Diane. So we're at 2:06. So if you want to go and get started, we can get started with the introduction for the caregiver panel portion.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the breakout session about thinking about my future care, lessons learned from past caregivers. My name is Diane Kujububeli, and I'll be the moderator for this session. I retired from Keiro in July 2017, And during my 16 years at Keiro, I served as the Chief Administrative Officer and the founding Executive Director for the Institute for Healthy Aging at Keiro. My husband and I are now the full-time babysitters for 4 grandchildren under the age of 4, and a 5th is due in the fall. I was also a caregiver for my parents, sharing this job with my sister and my brother. As I shared in my bio, my mom and dad both got sick at exactly the same time, about a month after I started working at Keiro. In fact, one had surgery at one hospital on one day, and the other had surgery at another hospital on the very next day. At one point, my sister was staying overnight at their house 2 nights a week, my brother was staying over 2 nights a week, and I was staying over 3 nights a week. My sister's twins were in kindergarten at the time that my parents got sick, and they spent much of their early elementary school years in hospital waiting rooms. One night, I actually charted on the edge of a newspaper the times that I had to get up to help either my mom or my dad. And so it'd be 5 minutes or 10 minutes or 15 minutes. The longest stretch of sleep I got that night was 1 hour and 45 minutes. Our caregiving journey was about 18 years. I'm proud to have served as the MC for Keiro's first Caregiver Conference in 2001. It seems like only yesterday. The first conference was held at the Wintersburg Presbyterian Church and was attended by over 500 people. It was a remarkable day, and I recall vividly that at the end of the day, caregivers were standing up in the audience in tears, just out of appreciation for all the things that occurred that day. Caregiving can be such a solitary journey, and these caregivers, maybe for the first time in our community, were able to share their doubts and fears and hopes. Joining us for today's panel are Lisa Sugimoto, Lauren Iwata-Hui, Mark Oune, and Robert Bobby Fukumoto. Each of them is or was a caregiver and has attended a previous Keiro Caregiver Conference. I'd like each of our panelists to describe circumstances that caused you to become a family caregiver. Perhaps you could share with us the following. Who was the care receiver? Were you working outside the home or were you retired? Did you provide care in person or remotely? What did your caregiving tasks include? And did you have help from family members or paid outside help? So let's hear from Lisa first.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this session. I'm not going to go right down the list that Diane gave us, but I will give you a history behind my caregiving. So I retired at 57 to have time with my parents and to be available if they needed me. And this was particularly the case when my mom was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. We certainly at that time knew that she was starting to have difficulties, but I was still able to travel with her and my dad. My mom's disease became more apparent in her mid-80s when one day she lost her way driving. My dad's adjustment to what I consider his wife's disease was extremely challenging for him. She would misplace items and not know where she put them. She would repeat herself constantly, which I think some of you are familiar with. She would ask what time it was over and over again, and my dad thought perhaps buying her a digital watch would help her and keep her from asking that question. And it was really difficult trying to explain to him that that was not going to change her asking the questions over and over again. And I think trying to explain to him was really challenging because it wasn't about intellectually understanding about the disease because he did know about it, but it's really hard emotionally to accept. So at some level he knew, but couldn't take it. He had a very difficult time at that emotional level thinking that he was losing his loving and caring wife who by now couldn't cook, she couldn't drive, she couldn't clean. and she couldn't have a coherent conversation with him or with anyone else at that point in time. So I would say that one of the more challenging aspects of my caregiving was caring for my wonderful dad. And he courageously and lovingly continued to take care of her, and it kept taking a toll on him physically and emotionally. You know, the very proud niece that he is, he would not allow himself to give up. And at what point my mom could no longer walk on her own, and he had to literally carry her in and out of her wheelchair. And yet he would take her to events and galas and golf tournaments. And my brother and I were taking care of dad as he was taking care of mom. Mom passed away in 2016, and now my brother and I have our responsibilities for caring for dad, who's now 94 years old and actually is doing quite well, other than he's becoming a little more forgetful. The summer after my mom's passing, we found keeping to a routine was the best medicine for dad and actually for all of us. So we traveled to Mammoth and did our annual fishing trip. We kept our annual peach and nectarine picking harvest time with our relatives in Delray. And then he joined my husband, Don, stepson, Garrett, and me for a trip to Hawaii that summer, which I think really, truly helped him keep his mind moving and kept him off of the fact that she had passed. Before the pandemic, I would visit dad during the week when I would go to the office to see him. And yes, he was still going to the office in his 90s. And I would also see him almost every Sunday evening to cook a meal and spend time with him and talk with him. Although recently I haven't been able to cook a meal for him, I have to say the pandemic has actually required dad to spend more time at home, which is good in many ways because he is not driving himself to places as much, which is kind of scary for all of us. By the way, my dad used to fly a plane on his own, a Cherokee Turbo Arrow, until about 6 years ago. So you think it's difficult to take the keys away from your parents from driving a car. We had to convince him to stop flying. While he is home, I taught him how to schedule Zoom meetings, and every evening he invites me to Zoom. It's not the same as seeing him in person, and it certainly isn't as satisfying as seeing him enjoy a home-cooked meal, but it's at least our way of staying in touch. Besides now, I don't know how many 94-year-olds know how to actually schedule a Zoom, but he does. So every night we Zoom and I ask him questions like what did he have for dinner and what did he do, so that I know that he's at least eating from his perspective and trying to keep his memory going about what he ate. He does exercise every night. He rides his stationary bike for 1.5 to 2 miles every night, and then he does push-ups and pull-ups, which is great because I think that helps him physically stay strong, but also keeps him in a routine. I will say I'm very thankful for the Pasadena Nikkei seniors who often deliver meals to the seniors. And because dad is so well known at the East San Gabriel Valley Japanese Community and Culture Center, he has received meals from them too. And this is all because of Keiro's grant program. And I really appreciate the fact that they have provided for the seniors in this way, particularly now since many of them are shut in. It's been very challenging for me not seeing him. However, I look forward to a time when we're all vaccinated and our families can get together again and we can all feel safer. So that's a little bit about my caregiving, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Let's hear from Lauren.
Thank you, Diane. Hi, everyone. So my name's Lauren. So my caregiving journey was in 2011. A little bit of a background. I was graduating from my undergrad, and I was going to move out of my apartment. So I realized my grandpa, he had lost my grandma for probably about 12 years at that point. So he was on his own for that long, and we were always very close. He helped look after me when I was a baby and up until middle school days. So we were always close. And when I was moving out of my apartment, I said, "Hey, Grandpa, why don't we become roommates and I move in with you?" And it was just more of a companionship thing at that time. And he was happy to have me there. We got closer, and one day he went out to have lunch with a friend, and he was getting out of the car and he just lost his balance. He fell out of the car seat, and with that he broke his collarbone. He had like really big lacerations on his arm, and my role quickly turned from companion to caregiver. So in that time, I was a living caregiver during graduate school. I was a full-time student, and my roles were basically taking him to doctor's appointments. It felt like every week sometimes, preparing meals, helping with just his activities of daily living. And then, after he had that accident, it was making sure he was doing his exercises, helping him put like a brace to make his collarbone heal, cleaning up his wound on his arm. And, he fought every way of it. He did not like wearing the brace. He didn't want to do exercises. He, winced every time I tried to clean up his arm. So, that was a struggle and really hard. But, through that time, we did grow closer. I know he was happy for the support. And eventually when he started to decline further, we did have outside help, like a professional caregiver come in and help me with his round the clock care. So that's kind of my caregiving journey from his accident. So I moved in with him around 2011. It was really quick after that. After his accident, it was probably about a year where he passed away in 2012. So, you could see how well he was in the beginning and how quickly just something small like that could really speed up his progression. But that's a little bit of my journey, and I appreciate you guys having me here today.
I remember interviewing Lauren when she was an intern at Cato, and we're so proud of the work that she was doing then and now. She's a new mom, and so very, very busy working outside of the home too.
Thanks, Diane.
Let's hear from Mark. Mark, tell us about your caregiving journey.
Hello, everyone. My recent caregiving experience has been taking care of my mom. Like Lauren, it was only about less than a year. She was living with my sister for several years before she passed away. And as my mom declined in health, my sister was not able to take care of her because she had to go to work, and I had just retired. So I would go over her house during the week, Monday through Thursday nights, stay with my mom during the day, help her in the evenings, and then my sister would take over with her husband on the weekends. So I was really grateful to my sister for all the work that she did. So I was in care. I took care of her mom. And I think one of the questions asked was, what would the tasks include? Well, it's everything you can think of and doing the day-to-day kind of operations of living, going to the bathroom, eating, drinking water, etc. So it was pretty tough because you didn't know what to expect or what to do. There was no get out the book. You didn't have time to go to the internet to look it up because you're always busy doing something. We didn't have paid help. My mom didn't want to go into a home like my dad, who previously died before my mom. We put him in a luxurious kind of caregiving facility. So that was pretty nice. And it was close to where my mom and my sister lived. So that was convenient for my mom when she could get up and go visit him. So that's basically my recent experience with my mom.
Thank you, Mark. Now let's hear from Bobby.
Hello.
Bobby, yeah.
Got me?
Yep, Bobby, that's you. You're on.
Okay. I guess my caregiving started really in 1997 when my father needed surgery. He had to have his vocal cords removed, and my mother was the main caregiver. And what I would do is I would rush home from work and care for my mother and my father at the time. My mother was just exhausted. She was just having physically a hard time. She was just wiped out. In fact, my dad would hear me coming up the street, and I could see him go tell my mom that I'm coming, and she would just go to bed and just knock out. And I was doing the cooking or picking up something for dinner, and helping my mom take care of my dad, and we totally thought my dad was going to be okay. He was going to, survive the surgery. He wouldn't be able to talk because he didn't have his vocal cords, but physically he was in his early 80s. We thought he was going to be okay. And of course, it never goes the way you planned. He passed away. And that was 1997. He passed away. And within, I would say, less than a month, my mother had congestive heart failure and needed open heart surgery. So I went, there was no break, immediately taking care of my mom and my dad, not taking care of my mom. And luckily my mom survived really well after the surgery, but emotionally and mentally, she was having a hard time. So that's 1998. In 2001, my eldest brother passed away. And in 2004, again, all this time I'm going crazy because I'm going to work, rushing home from work, cooking, cleaning, shopping, trying to help my mom. And in 2004, I thought, you know, my mom is going downhill. She's having a tough time. And I thought, I'm 3 years short of being able to take early retirement. But I thought my mother wouldn't last. So I quit work, sold my house, moved in with mom. And it was a different atmosphere with my dad because we thought he's going to be okay, and he wasn't. My mom, I thought she was going downhill, and I needed to take that jump, that challenge, or that risk. And I quit work at 2004, and I had 10 years with my mom. She actually lasted 10 years. And as far as, you know, what I had to do, cooking, cleaning, she was diabetic. I had to give her daily insulin shots. She had numerous infections. I'm sure this is not what sons think of doing with their mother, but she had urinary tract infections, and I had to put creams and those kinds of things on her. I had to, at first she could bathe herself, and then she could get in the tub. So I was giving her a sponge bath, and then she was in a wheelchair for quite a long time. So I had to, you know, get her out of bed, dress her, take her to the restroom. She did not like diapers. So I put her on a schedule where we would go to the restroom when she woke up, after meals, before going, having lunch, after, and that worked out fairly well. And there weren't too many surprises, but they come, and it's part of the job. And as far as help, I did it by myself. I was alone with my mom and dad, pretty much.
That's quite a lot to do.
So 1997 to 2014, 17 years.
Wow, it's a long journey. That's the
hardest
marathon.
Hardest part for me was taking care of my mom. I thought it was just going to be a short period of time, and it ended up being 10 years. So I lost touch with all my friends. When my mom passed away, I was starting all over again with life. That's something caregivers have to think about.
So Bobby just mentioned a real challenge in his caregiving experience, the length of time, and then the coming out of the caregiving time. Lauren, can you share with us what was the most challenging issue for you in your caregiving experience?
Yeah, of course. So I can think of just a couple of things stick out in my head when I think of the most challenging issues. I think the first one was the amount of guilt I would feel. I was in grad school, I was making new friends, I wanted to join clubs and associations. And every time I thought about going to something after class, I would think that my grandpa was home, just kind of, by himself or waiting. I wanted to rush back to get his meals prepared or just generally make sure he was okay. So I think that was one of the most challenging things, is just feeling that inside you, you get so consumed with it that you kind of forget about yourself, and then you feel guilty when you want to do something fun. And the other thing that kind of goes hand in hand, as Bobby was kind of mentioning, is just your friends or support. I mean, I felt so young, and anyone that I would see for friends, you know, when they would ask how I was doing, I would talk about it, but I felt like there was really no one my age who could relate. And, you know, that was also a challenging part. It was like, you just wanted someone to, you know, vent to sometimes or laugh with about funny things. But one of the challenges is just wasn't having people in my circle who dealt with the same situation. So those are my most challenging issues during my caregiving experience.
It's a lot for any person, but especially a young person to have to deal with. Mark, can you share with us what you found was the most challenging issue?
As Lauren mentioned, and as I previously mentioned, I think the hardest part was just not knowing what you're supposed to be doing. You take your parent to the bathroom, you know, and that's kind of an uncomfortable situation because, I mean, they took care of you when you're a kid, so, you know, you're their kid, but you're taking care of your mom to go to the bathroom, and what you had to do with that was involved with that. You know, again, there was no book or anything you could go to. I mean, nowadays, I think Keiro has Iyashi care and some of these other things that you can turn to and ask, but I just felt like I just had to do it and do it the best way I could. And if my mom groaned or ached or something, then I knew it wasn't doing the right way at that point. Again, there was just, I think Lauren touched upon it. There was nobody to really talk to, or you didn't want to talk to them because you're shy about that. My sister was, again, very helpful, but she wasn't home during the day. So, and your parents aching or moaning, and just like a little baby, they're crying and you don't know why they're crying. So that was just tough. It's just not knowing what to do. That's what I found most challenging.
Lisa, besides having to take your dad's pilot's license away, what was the most challenging issue for you in caring for your mom and now making sure your dad's okay?
You know, I think there are a lot of challenges. I think, Lauren, at your age too, you know, making decisions, the conflict between wanting to do some things that you really want to and feeling the guilt. I think part of it is, and I think we feel with my dad in particular, because he was so challenged, because I've been watching my dad go through this more than anything. And also what we were going through, just being with my mom and trying to take care of it, because when I was around, I was the one taking mom to the bathroom and doing those things. When I wasn't there, dad did that. But so, and the uncomfortableness of that is really not easy. And I'm sure for the two men in this conversation, it's really difficult. First off, you don't know how women's parts work necessarily. Unfortunately, in doing that with my mother, wasn't quite as difficult. So, but taking care of my dad one time, he had, I don't know if you know what a TAVR is, but he had a valve replacement, a trans-aortic valve replacement. In the middle of the pandemic, by the way, back in July. And I had to stay with him for a couple of weeks. And this is just a couple of weeks. Most of you were with your parents for much longer than that. But he had wounds in some of close to his private parts. And I didn't know how he would respond to me trying to change his dressings. And I had to do that, you know, and I had to look and I had to make sure that they weren't infected and all of those things. And it's a challenge on one hand because he's kind of embarrassed, and yet on the other hand, I have to take care of it because I didn't want it to be more infected. So those are some of the things. I think when my mother passed away, I think part of it is there's a sense of relief that it's not, and that makes you feel guilty. I mean, so you have this kind of feeling of, well, it's relieving now. My dad doesn't need to deal with this constantly, and we don't need to deal with it. But on the other hand, there's a real feeling of guilt now that they're gone, that you feel relieved perhaps, but they're now gone. So I guess that's part of what I would think, other than taking the keys away.
Bobby, you actually started this conversation about challenging issues. Is there one additional thing that was most challenging for you?
I think in general for the caregiver, and I think we all kind of experience it. Like my dad, I think we did too much for him. We needed to push him more. he could do more for himself. But you don't know. You say, oh, you know, and again, I thought my dad was going to just bounce right back. And I thought, well, okay, you know, and he didn't. He passed away within a year. And maybe if we would have been a little stricter. And as a caregiver, you don't know how far can I go? How much do I have to do, or how much should I pull back from and let that person take over? And on the other hand, my mother, I thought, no, she's going down fast. I have to give her all the love, all the care I can give her. And she lasted 10 years. You know, there's no rules, like Mark was saying, there's no rules, there's no regulations, you don't know. And, you know, the first time I had to dress my mother, luckily for me, she took it. Okay, this is the way it's going to be. And that was okay. But I think as far as the caregiver, you do the best you can. You do the best. Should I push? Should I not push? How much can they do? How much should I be doing? And I think my mother was very, very happy for 10 years. You know?
And that push-pull changes every day, probably changes many times during a single day too. Okay.
Can I add one thing?
Yes.
One of for me, probably the most difficult thing was I would communicate with my mother, and she would say, yes, okay, I understand. And sometimes you think, okay, that's all right, she understands. But due to dementia, due to mini strokes, she really didn't. Or maybe she did, but she couldn't retain it. You know, you said, well, Mom, I told you, you know, let me, one of the problems I had with her, I'd take her to the toilet. Mom, let me know when you're done. Just call me, and I would be checking her, checking. And she would never call for me to take her off the toilet. So what do? I had her, you know, dance with her around and get her off the wheelchair and put her down. And then I just sat down in the wheelchair, faced her sitting in the toilet, and we had a conversation until she was ready. I mean, you gotta kind of go with the flow.
Yeah.
And can I say something about
yes,
doing this remotely with someone who's older?
Yes.
You know, I do ask my dad what he's eating every night. My real concern, because I can't be there, is I don't know what he's eating. And he sometimes has things in the refrigerator. I don't know how old it is. Because I used to go over there and I'd clean out the refrigerator, right? I'd look, and there were things I go, it doesn't look good. So anytime I would cook, I would put dates on it and put a little masking tape and put a date on it so that he would know and I would know. And when I go over there and it was longer than a week, I'd toss it. But now I'm not there consistently enough to do that. And that's a real challenge, I think, for a lot of us. Are they eating? Are they doing what they need to in terms of cleaning out their refrigerator? You know, you don't know.
Yes, yes. Knowing what you know now, so based on all of your experiences, what were lessons learned? What plans have you made for your own care for the future? Mark.
Besides taking care of my mom, we also had my dad's issues, and we put him in a very, very nice, I guess, healthcare facility. And if anything, what I learned is I want to go back to the place where my dad was, or something very similar to that. The food looked good. It tasted good because my dad didn't complain. It was bright and cheery and a lot of friendly people. So if anything, I want to go someplace that's bright, the food's good, and there's stuff to do. And it was I would say it was a luxurious type place. So that's what I learned.
Okay, and we'll visit you there, Mark. Bobby, knowing what you know now, having lived your life through those years, what do you plan to do for your own life?
Well, like Mark, I'm single, I'm not married, I don't have a family to help me make my plans. So with this conference and this panel, I realized I'm going to follow Mark. I'm going to find out where he's going, make sure and convince him that, you know, it's not that much more expensive to get a 2-bedroom, you know, 2 beds in the room. And I think that's a plan. Yeah.
All right, as long as you split stuff, Bob.
Now, neither of you snores, right? Or anything.
Living alone, I can attest, I don't snore.
All right. Lisa, lessons learned and how will you apply it for your own possible caregiving needs?
Well, I think a couple things. You know, we all suffer from having to take keys away, and not just from planes, but from cars. And I think one of the things I really want to make sure I do is I don't burden my family when it's time for me to give up the keys to my car. I mean, there are so many other options now. There's Uber, but also I think, you know, in the future, there's going to be self-driving cars. And I'm hoping that that happens before I need to give up my keys, so that there's that option. So that's one thing. I think the other thing, just for all of us, I really think part of what we all need to start thinking about is not just caregivers now and talking to them, but, and I'm thinking about you in particular, Bobby, when you were talking, that caring for the caregivers after caregiving. You know, as you said, your friends, you have to start all over again. And Lauren, when you talked about, you know, all of the dynamics of growing up and being in college and meeting friends, and all of that wasn't there. So how do you care for the caregivers after caregiving? I think is really important. And for all of us that are here in this Caregivers Conference, trying to have some kind of way of bringing people together and supporting us emotionally and getting us through that transition, because it is a transition. It's like dropping us off the edge of the earth. We had purpose before, and now it's like, now what, right? So.
Lauren, your need for your personal caregiving, I think, is years and years and years into the future. But what have you thought about? What lessons have you learned? How will that shape your decisions for the future?
I think, you know, how I touched upon like the guilt I was feeling as a caregiver. You know, if a family member like my daughter grows up and actually wants to take care of me when I get to that point, you know, I would just really want to convey to her or a family member that, you know, they should be going out, they should be living their life. You know, my grandmother, I don't think expected me to drop everything and help him, but you know, I just, I guess we never had a conversation like that. So I guess if we could talk and I knew he would be okay, I would feel better about it. So I think if when I get to that point and someone's looking after me, I would, you know, want to make sure that they still attained a lot of their individual self as well in their personal life. And I wouldn't want them to feel the same way I did. But on another hand too, following Mark and Bobby, if, you know, I think maybe having professional help in the home a lot earlier would also be something I learned. It really took a lot of burden off of me when we did bring someone in to help on the times I was at school. So I think getting professional, whether it's in home or a facility, I think that also helps a lot for a family caregiver.
Okay, thank you. Finally, the takeaway. So please, each of the panelists, is there anything we're leaving out that you'd like to address? What is the one thing that you would like all the attendees to take away from today's session? The very one thing you want them to remember and maybe act upon. Bobby.
When I think it's your emotions as a caregiver, your emotions. And Lisa kind of touched on this. When my mother passed away in 2014, the shock that hit me wasn't my mother's passing. It was my father's passing. My father had passed away 17 years earlier, but I never had the time to resolve that. When my mom passed away, I woke up and I thought, where's Dad? What happened to Dad? And I'll tell you, when my mom passed away, and the hospice nurse was there. And I tell this story to my friends, and I say, I'm telling the hospice nurse, I think mom's gone. And he'd go, yeah. I said, I don't think my mom's breathing. And the hospice nurse would go, yeah, I think you're right. And I said, I don't think there's a pulse. And the hospice nurse goes, I don't think there is either. And I threw my arms around him and I said, I think my mom's gone. And I was happy for her suffering to be over. But then again, the next day it's like, gee, where's dad? Where's mom? What am I gonna do? There's that hole. I had this purpose that was just, I tell you, I felt like I was drowning. It was like there was no hope. Now all of a sudden, where's my dad? Where's my mom? I used to end every night with my mother. I tuck her in bed, gave her a kiss, say, Mom, love you. See you in the morning. After my mom died, I was still doing that.
Yeah.
So it's for the caregiver. You have to protect your emotions. You have to be aware of it, and if you're having trouble, if you're having struggles, reach out to someone. I think that's enough.
That's really tough. Lisa, what would you like the one thing for people to take away from this afternoon's session?
But it really is probably saying a lot of what Bobby said, but also not to feel awful about what you're doing. I think people feel guilty and they feel obligated, and there's all of those feelings and things. And as you said, things change on a daily basis. You're not necessarily sure you're doing the right thing, and then you think you are, and then the next day things change. It's really very difficult. There isn't a book, and the reason, there could be some guidance, but I have to say to you that every relationship that we have with our family members that we're caregiving for is different, and that relationship's going to change how we caregive. And so the best thing one can do is have support. Keiro is here for that, and I think that's one of the really good things. There needs to be more ongoing support for caregivers, particularly, and I say this in the Japanese American community because of some of our own cultural obligations and feelings that we have towards our family. So I think it's important for all of the folks to kind of have a sense of, I feel this way, and is that okay? That it is okay to feel the way we're feeling, to feel like we feel guilty because we haven't done something right, that happens, but to be reassured that it's not your fault and it's not something that you can make okay. It's just, this is the way it is. And you have to just move forward. And I think those of us who've gone through some of this can be very helpful to others to reassure them. And that, we all have our certain time on this earth, and we'll all be at a point probably because of the way our medical profession does things. We may be around for a long time, and we don't know how long that'll be. So if we're going to be a caregiver, let's try to take care of ourselves too while we're caregiving, and certainly after the caregiving.
Thank you, Lauren. What's the takeaway? What do you want people to go away with?
I think my biggest takeaway from the caregiving experience, and what a lot of other panelists here have kind of mentioned, is it's easier said than done, but I would say for people who are caregiving now to just try to be very patient. Don't go to bed angry, even though that's sometimes really hard. Just from my personal experience, there were days that my grandpa would frustrate me so much, but the next morning we could kind of talk, and I would apologize to each other and just be like, okay, now we're good, we get on with the rest of our day and enjoy it. But when he was getting declining so fast, there was a day that I came home from school, and he was just the stuff he was doing was really frustrating me, and we kind of went to bed just not talking much, and the next day he slipped into a coma. So you know, forever I think about that kind of moment where, you know, we could never talk the next day. So, you know, I just don't want anyone on this conference who's caregiving to go, you know, to have that kind of feeling when you don't get to talk to your loved one the next day to fix things. So, you know, just try to be as patient as you can and just enjoy the time and, you know, try to resolve before everyone goes to sleep or before you leave for the day if someone's in a facility or whatnot.
You bring up a good point about being patient. It's being patient with the care receiver, your loved one, but also being patient with yourself and forgiving to yourself, for yourself. Okay. Mark, what's the takeaway? What do you want to go away with?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think everybody has a lot of good points, but for me personally, I think you have to step back sometimes and be realistic, because when my mom was declining, you always have this sense of feeling, oh, everything's going to be back to normal. She'll be fine. Everything's going to be great. But in reality, it didn't work out that way. So I think that after talking to this panelist in our discussion sessions, and even talking to Bobby and I talked a lot about our parents. And there was another friend I talked quite a bit about. It's just, you got to be realistic that things are not going to be hunky-dory after the surgery or after this procedure. And I took this attitude, wow, everything's gonna be great. We're gonna be back to normal. And it really wasn't. It was kind of a letdown because she declined so fast. It was sad. If I'd been a realistic person about it, maybe I would have taken it a lot better. So I just think you have to step back and realize what the real situation is. For me personally, that's how it was.
Thank you. Thank you to all our panelists. Today's presentation will include a short question and answer session with panelists, so please type any questions that you have in the Q&A section. A Cato staff member will acknowledge your question and add it to the queue for the moderator. That's me. Okay. Let's see what we've got. A couple of you mentioned having some help in the home, outside help in the home, or making a decision for placement outside of the home in a facility. Now, I think everybody wants to stay at home as long as possible. So how did you approach that discussion? Were your loved ones, were the caregiver receivers accepting of that? Did they put up a fuss? Did they not want any help from the outside at all? Did they not want to go to another facility? What were the circumstances for you? Lauren?
Yeah, so actually my grandpa was a smart man. So he was actually, he had long-term care insurance that he was paying into. So, you know, I think he never knew what would come of that, but, you know, eventually it came in handy. So when the idea that it was just becoming too much of a burden for me at some point, you know, we talked about it, and he, you know, he was very open to it. I think he didn't want me to struggle too much with caring for him, as well as juggling my other school and responsibilities. So, you know, luckily he was very open and receiving to that idea.
Other panelists, how was it accepting? Was it okay? Was it hard? Was it something you couldn't talk about? Bobby, you're shaking your head.
It was more like I just said, Mom, you want to go to Keiro or something like that, or you want me to take care of you? She says, I want you to take care of me. You know, I had sold my home because I quit before I could get retirement. So I figured, well, I'm going to sell my house, put that money in the bank, and if we get into trouble, something comes up, we have a little money. And so I took the plunge and I took care of Mom. And she said, no, I want to stay home. So we did.
Okay. All right. Mark, any?
For my dad had dementia. So it wasn't very difficult to put him in the home. I mean, when you go to visit him, it was a little bit of a struggle because he reluctantly didn't want us to leave. And it was really hard at holidays when we bring him home. to have dinners and lunches, it was really, he said he didn't want to go, and it was a little bit tougher. But other than that, the decision was that it was a good, nice facility. I mean, again, like I said, I'd like to go back there when I get to that age. And also it was close to where my mom was living with my sister, so it was convenient for the two of them to go visit them every day. It was out in the west end of the valley, so I could only go on when I was off or on weekends. But it worked out fine.
Okay, good, good. Lisa, your experiences.
Well, in my case, since it was my dad caring for my mom, the one situation that created the ability to talk about having mom put into a facility was I was with them, and my dad was helping her out of the car and putting her in the wheelchair, and they both fell. And I talked to my dad and I said, Dad, you know, if both of you fall and both of you hurt yourself, you're both going to be incapacitated, and it's going to be difficult all the way around. I said, you can't continue to do this. And my brother and I had a long talk with him, and he knew that at that point that he could actually hurt mom if somehow he couldn't manage her. So that's what encouraged us to get her to move.
And encouraged him.
Yes,
I mean,
and got
so
him to say yes and agreed.
it was for her, not so much for him, but for her. Right, right.
You have
right.
to do that sometimes. You have to think about, you know, where their thinking is. His whole idea was caring for her and making sure she was okay. Well, he could no longer do that and do that well. It was very painful for him to admit that, but it was also a matter of trying to make sure she was okay.
Sure.
So.
Sure. Did any of you have to make some modifications to your parents' home, to your homes, to support your caregiving experiences? And if you did, or if you didn't, what kinds of modifications have you made to your own homes in anticipation? Lisa, now you're laughing.
No, anticipation. Selling my home and finding a home that's only one story, first off, because stairs are just impossible. My dad is a home that has stairs, but we did put bars in the bathrooms, and also, you know, showers that have those dams at the bottom, they're dangerous. People trip on those. So it's really a matter of looking at finding places that don't have those, or ways that you can modify a shower so that, or a tub, so that they aren't going to have problems getting in and out. A lot of accidents happen in the bathrooms, so got to do that. Also looking at, you know, this is the hard part. So in a home, if there's rugs, that's one thing. And you want to get rid of all of the loose carpets that are around, which are beautiful, but, you know, in watching how the elderly tend to walk, they tend to kind of shuffle a little bit. They become trip items. So those are concerns, and you really have to look at that. It is hard because the home is the place they spend the most amount of time, and just looking around and like when you have a child, you know, if the child falls, are they going to hit their head on the corner of a coffee table or something, or are they going to put their finger in an electrical outlet? You know, you're looking at all those things, but particularly given how elderly walk and what they do and what they hold on to things when they're walking. Where do you need those? So yeah, you have to make, and we made modifications in our home and my parents' home.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Lauren, did you have to make some changes when you moved in with your grandpa?
In the beginning, no, he was very healthy and well when I first moved in. But kind of as Lisa said, you adjust as you go along. So we did have to put bars in the next to the toilet, you know, near the shower. But otherwise, we didn't have to do a whole lot. I think the one thing we learned was we put stools or chairs in like strategic parts of the house, so we knew how far he could go before getting a little out of breath. So he would just to each little chair if I wasn't home. So, you know, that's kind of where we were like, okay, Grandpa, how far can you make it now? And then we would put a chair there, and then that way when I would leave for school, I felt he had somewhere to kind of rest at different parts of the house.
Okay, Mark, what kind of changes did you have to make at the time? And then what kind of, I know you're going to move into your luxury retirement home, but what kind of changes do you anticipate for your own living place?
Mark had to leave.
Okay.
Yeah, he has an appointment to get his second COVID shot.
Oh, well, he's got to
running
go
up.
then. Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yes.
All right. So Bobby, you had a long
Um,
time. So what changes did you make? And then what changes do you anticipate making?
Well, I'm still in the same house that I took care of my mother, and we put in those grab handles on the toilets. My mom was in a wheelchair for quite a long time, so I made a little porch with a ramp in the back door so I could get her out to the car. Also, the home we have is a really old home, and the doors are narrow. So I had to get a child's wheelchair to use in the house, and I'd use a regular chair when we went out, wheelchair. So that's what I did for my mom.
Okay. All right. Now, I know that we didn't get to all the questions, but Cato staff will summarize each of the speakers' presentations and then review the questions that we were not able to get to during the Q&A session and send everyone who's attending this session a follow-up document. So you'll have that to look forward to. I want to thank you all very much, all of the panelists, for taking the time to share with us your experiences. It's really tough. And like the first Caregiver Conference in 2001, I find myself kind of tearing up thinking about how really hard and solitary the caregiving experience is. Thank you to everybody in the audience who asked questions and who attended. As the former First Lady Rosalind Carter said, there are only 4 kinds of people in the world: those who have been caregivers, those who are currently caregivers, those who will be caregivers, and those who will need a caregiver. I think a lot of us check off all of those boxes. So thank you again, all the panelists, and thank you everyone for attending. And I think we're going to hear from Sharon Fong. There she is.
Hello. Thank you, Diane, Lisa, Lauren, Mark, and Bobby for sharing with us today. It was wonderful. Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Fong, and I'm a member of Keiro's Board of Directors. And as we close today's conference, I want to thank you for joining us today. Thank you to all our wonderful speakers and panelists who made this event educational and memorable. I certainly learned a lot, and I hope you did as well. If you found today's program and caregiver resources valuable, I invite you to join us by making a gift to Keiro today. Your gift supports our programs like today's conference and enables us to meet the growing needs of thousands of older adults in our community. Visit our website at keiro.org/support to learn how you can join us in our efforts. I also would like to invite you to provide an evaluation for today's content. This will help us improve our content for the future, and your voice is truly valuable. Thanks again for spending the afternoon with us. We hope to see you soon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this exciting breakout session on culinary tips for caregivers. My name is Michelle Hirano, and I am a member of Cato's Board of Directors. This session will be split into 2 sections. First, we'll view a video with culinary tips from past caregiver Jane Matsumoto. Then, once the video concludes, we'll have a conversation with Jane, Ron Joe, and myself as we talk about the various techniques of preparing meals for older adults. So please take out a pen and paper and enjoy our culinary tips video.
I'm Jane Matsumoto, and in my normal Monday to Friday life, I'm the culinary curator at JACCC, the Japanese American Cultural and Community Center in Little Tokyo. So that's what I do Monday through Friday. Otherwise, on the weekends, I'm cooking a lot. As a caregiver, you're physically tired for sure. You're challenged with trying to figure out what are you going to feed someone who may not necessarily eat at the same time or eat the same things as you do. I think that preparing meals as a caregiver can be simplified and actually can be enjoyable for caregivers. Hi everyone, today we are going to make meal number one. First of 3 dishes that we'll make as caregivers, something that can be prepared quickly. Our first meal is going to consist of what the Japanese call their basic ichiju sansai, and that consists of a bowl of rice, soup, a main dish, and some sides. Today's menu starts with miso soup, and our main dish is going to feature salmon and then a side dish of napa with a medley of fresh mushrooms. So let's get started. I like to use a small pan like this that heats up quickly when I'm making miso soup. Now, I've made this water with a piece of kombu in it, and I just put enough in here for maybe a serving and to have a little bit of extra. Many of the packets that are prepared so that you don't have to worry about it, I have that too. But this one is kombu, and this is katsuo, or it has the fish, bonito fish that Japanese use for all of their basic stocks, or much of their basic stock. And I take this and put it right into the water. Gives it a lot richer, deeper flavor than if you just used water. Now, as this water boils, let's talk a little bit about the miso. You can use any kind of miso, actually. I'm using awase miso, a miso today that is half red and half white. Pick one that you think suits your palate. And for this, I also, another tip, so that you don't end up with lumps in your soup, always use something so that you can break up the miso paste. I use about 2 tablespoons, 2.5 tablespoons for a 2-cup size, and this enables you to just really melt the miso without leaving any bumps or lumps. I also like to put, pretty simple, wakame. Now this is just dehydrated and pre-cut wakame. Many people will try to soak them first, not necessary. Save yourself trouble, put it right into the soup. It'll be nice and soft by the time your soup comes to a boil. Actually, this soup is already made. How many minutes did that take us? 1.5 minutes? We'll garnish it with some tofu. Some people like more chunky tofu, other people like more delicate tofu. Cut it to the size you like. We'll take some green onion. Green onion you should always put into the bowl at the end, because that is how you get the most aromatic flavor of the green onion in your soup bowl. And our soup is made, our wakame is made, our tofu's cut, and here we go. Here's our soup bowl. Here's our wakame, nice and opened. I call it bloomed. Garnish it with green onions. So this is the first dish of our ichiju sansai. I'm going to go ahead and cover it and wait to make the next dish. So we're going to make salmon today, and I picked a piece of salmon from Nijiya Market, and it looks very fresh. I have not prepared this with anything. Now today I thought we'll put a little furikake on it. any kind of neutral oil and take your favorite furikake. I like this. And this is a aji nori furikake. Because it has a little salt in it, I didn't put a layer of salt. I'm going to just rely on the flavor and the salt from actually the furikake itself. And I'm pretty generous with it. Some of it will come off on the fry pan. So just press it in. Many of you have made furikake salmon, but this is so simple and it adds so much flavor. And we just leave this like that. While we're doing that, I should have started my pan to get it nice and hot. You see that I'm using a cast iron like this because it's a one-serving pan. And another convenient thing as a caregiver to think about is how much cleanup you're going to have and how many dishes you're going to have to wash after the meal is done. I like this because you can take this directly to the table and you can put a side dish on it and it doesn't look like you've brought a big fry pan. Saves you time and it looks attractive. So again, although this has a little oil on it, you can put butter or oil, just something to make sure the fish doesn't stick on it. Okay, now you can see the heat's coming off of this fry pan. Just put it right on here. That's all it takes. We just grill it like this. 3-4 minutes per side, depending upon the thickness. It really doesn't require much. Let's flip it. There we go. Nice and brown. And we're going to let it just cook to doneness. So this is pretty simple preparation for the time that you've invested in a delicious meal. As we're cooking this, I was going to mention some people may wonder, why would you bother, for example, make miso soup when you can get dehydrated miso packs that you just pour hot water into? And for me, the answer is twofold. Number one, many of the prepared packages, in order to have flavor, will have more salt than you would making it from home. And that's, to me, concerning for those, especially if you're caregiving to the elderly or people who have restrictive diets that may require you to be careful about the sodium intake. And quite honestly, it's just simply not the same as a bowl of homemade soup that we made in, 5 minutes. Now, this fish is already done. So let's put that on the side. Finish cooking on its own. So we're going to make a medley of a vegetable side dish. And I'm putting a little bit of the same neutral canola oil on the fry pan. And I bought actually a head of napa. And we're going to use it for multiple dishes, but I've cut some here, and we're not going to make it too tiny. Just perfect for a little side dish. Now, you might think, wow, all this mushroom for one meal. We will be using the mushrooms again. My mother happens to like shiitake, fresh shiitake mushrooms so much that I'm going to put 2 in this dish. And I like to cut it up fairly large, but you could cut it as small or as big as you like. We're going to start with the mushrooms. Oh, the smell of fresh mushroom is so good. If you like cooking with sake, as I do, this is where you might add a little extra flavor. You could put salt in it, but I like to add a little flavor with a little tad of sake. Be careful that you don't want to flame this if it's too hot. Look at these wonderful mushrooms. They're nice and plump. The juices are coming out of them. If you're not restricted to salt, you could put a little bit of salt on here. And put our nappa. You don't want to overcook the nappa. And this is done. What I like to do is take this dish and I'm going to put it right onto the side of the salmon. There we go. How easy was that? Look at this wonderful dinner. Here's your meal for your loved one. And how fast was that to prepare? My dad's been gone now for, I can't believe, 6 or 7 years. Many people know that my mother is an Ikebana master. My dad used to teach Shigin, so I grew up with my parents being quite independent. But when my mom was 90 years old, which was a year ago last August, she took a fall from missing the last step of her porch, and she fractured her pelvis. Having her feel that she had to get assisted. I can't forget how she could, she had a hard time getting up, sitting down, and watching the caregivers do that too bothered me because I wasn't used to seeing my mother in that way. She was an independent, healthy woman. So for me to make Japanese food for her was an act of love, like I wanted her to feel like this was comfort food for her, that this is familiar to her, it tasted good, and it was something that she was going to look forward to. And when she saw it and smelled it and tasted it, there was a enjoyment in the situation where she was. As vulnerable as she was, as dependent as she felt, as an imposition that she thought she was being, to see something brought to her in the form of a meal that really delighted her and made her feel happy was really important to me. Okay, so our second meal is what's called a mille fleurs, and it sounds fancy. All it means is layering. You've heard of that in pastry, mille fleurs. Well, this is a layering of nappa cabbage, just cut in half, and it's still connected here at its stem. I'm going to cut this off, and we're going to layer it with paper-thin pork, natural pork. Once again, this is from Nikkei. Now, just saying that if you prefer beef to pork, that's perfectly okay. But this is a pretty traditional dish that's made by taking the nappa cabbage leaves and creating layers that we're going to put into this donabe. Now, if you don't happen to have a donabe, a simple pan is perfectly okay. You could layer it in here just as easily. But let's start with our nappa leaves. It's all been washed, and what we do is take one piece of pork, and if it looks like the nappa leaves are a little wide, don't be afraid to generously put a second sheet on top. The whole beauty of this is that it's so thin it cooks very quickly. So you get the idea. We're going to repeat this until we've created a stack. So while we're doing that, let's start our dashi going. We'll go back to putting some water with the kombu. I'm also going to use the katsuobushi. I had some left over when I made miso soup. and about 2 tablespoons of mirin and equal of osake, and ginger tastes so good as part of that pork, so I just let it kind of sit in there a little bit to get the essence. In the dashi, we just let it sit and give it a whirl. Layer and layer. Now, this will probably render enough for your loved one to have at least another meal or to share with you. What we do with this now is very simple. We take it, and what you want to do is make sure that you've cut your pieces so they fit into the depth of the donabe. And you create a ring into the donabe pan, or whatever pan you're using. If you want, you can actually, remember the mushrooms that we used for the other dish? You can stick those in here too. Look at how cute this looks. And now we have our dashi that we put together on the side. We're going to pour this all over the top of this nappa. We'll cover this up. So while this is cooking, we want to make a simple ponzu sauce. This looks like an orange, but it is actually a huge Myers lemon. This is the best thing. It makes the most awesome ponzu. I'm going to use both of them because it tends to be, this one is a little bit sweet. So if it's tart, you can control the tartness by the amount of lemon you decide to put in. This thing is really cooking up here, folks, so let's turn this down a little bit. I take a little shoyu, probably about 2 tablespoons, 2-3 tablespoons, and that's it. I will garnish this with some green onion. Put it right in there. You can put hichimi or red pepper flakes right in here. And this is what it looks like. Let's see what our donabe is doing now. Oh yes, look at that. Oh, that looks so delicious. Dinner served. My weekends were always filled with people around my parents' table. So I grew up thinking about food as social. And after my mom recovered and she was able to go back to her own home, we still continued our Sunday dinner. And through this pandemic, through this COVID situation, I think that's the part that really kills me, is that we can't bring her to have dinner with us. And she and my dad used to so enjoy Sunday nights with my kids. And then even after they went off to college, my parents came to my house on Sunday nights. And now with this pandemic, it's just made her isolation, to me, much more exaggerated and very, very true, you know. You don't want to think of eating as eating for food's sake or, you know, just to nourish your body. It's a social thing. Meals are supposed to be enjoyed. So our third and final dish today is going to be gyudon, or beef bowl. Now, many of you have heard of oyakodon, which is made with chicken and rice and poured over a bowl. We're going to do a similar dish with tender beef. And I've selected actually a shabu cut because I think that it's really helpful to have meat that's not difficult to chew and it's just flavorful. Also, if we don't use the whole thing, we could make shabu shabu with the leftover meat. So let's get started. The beauty of this is it doesn't require a lot of ingredients. I don't cut this end because it keeps the onion together and it's really quick and easy. A neutral oil, canola oil. Take our onion and just let it caramelize. Don't rush the onions. It has a natural sweetness that is going to help you with the seasoning of your sauce. And then let's add the meat. You add just about as much as you think one serving requires. And it's so thin, it will not take long. I'm going to use a slice here. And if the slices are too big, go ahead and break it up with your hand. This is going to taste yummy. Now, as this is cooking, let's get our sauce ready. Just like sukiyaki, as the meat is cooking, we want to actually put sugar right on the meat. I take about a tablespoon for this amount of meat. The onions are cooked, the meat is cooked. Now it's all about the flavoring. Honmirin, a tablespoon. Sake, 2 tablespoons. And you can always adjust the flavor. And shoyu, 2 tablespoons. And let the sauce cook and burn off the alcohol of the sake. At this point, you have to make a decision if you want to put an egg in it or not. And I think we'll do that. Don't let the egg cook too much. The beauty of this dish is that your egg is kind of half done. Like how people dip sukiyaki meat into raw egg. You don't want to have this become a scrambled egg. Ooh, this looks delish. Another really fast dish, right, folks? Now, you know, Japanese people use Tokyo negi, but why not just use regular green onion? We'll prepare our rice. Make it nice and flat so the donburi can go in there. Okay. Here we go. How fast was that for dinner? When my mom looks at some of the foods I've made for her, and she looks at it with so much happiness and joy, and she says, "Oh, you chopped it so fine," or "Oh, what kind of sauce is this?" or "Oh my gosh, this looks so detailed." It makes me realize that she really, that's her way of saying, "Thank you for making this just for me." So I really love that food can make people feel so special. The fact that as a caregiver, you went through the effort to make a dish for them will mean more to them than how it tastes or whether it looks perfect or it's done to perfection. They will be so delighted that you made something for them and it was done with love and served to them. That alone will give them so much pleasure that it's worth going out there and trying.
Made a world of your own. To me it felt like home. Shooting star, burning on through the night, through the...
Hi, folks. I hope you were able to take some notes on those 3 dishes that Jane showed, and that beautifully made video. I plan to make that mille feuille, I hope I'm saying that right, sometime soon. It looks really easy to make, delicious, and I think most of all, comforting. All right, so let's get into the meat of this breakout session. Today, we're going to have a Q&A with both Ron and Jane. So if you have any questions, I know some folks have already been typing them in, but there's a Q&A button on the bottom of your screen. You can press that, write some questions in on that feature. All right, so Ron and Jane, thank you both for being here to talk about your culinary journey as caregivers. Hello.
Hi. Hi there.
Hi. Awesome. So to start off our conversation, I would love to first hear about your caregiving experiences. So for both of you, if you could answer, who did you provide care for, or who have you provided care for?
You want to start with me?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yes, I was a caregiver for a few years by myself for my mother-in-law, who came to live with us after 4 years. My father-in-law passed away, and so we decided it was better to have her stay with us. And so I used to take care of her, and I was about retiring at that time. So I did try to finish up some of my other work, but in the meantime, I did cook for her, made breakfast and lunch. And at that time, she was able to walk around on her own. And so she was able to get the food out for her lunch. Breakfast, I had it there for her. But yeah, I did that for a few years. And then I was offered a part-time work. And so I took that job, and we had a caregiver come in our home, stayed morning till evening time, early evening, until I got home. And then she was, so I prepared food for that also, or I had the caregiver feed her what I prepared.
Thank you. And Jane, how about you? Who did you provide care for?
It was for my mom. As you heard in my video, she fell, and we thought the safest thing was for her to come live with us for a while. I was working, so I had help. During the daytime, we had caregivers come in for 12 hours, and we shared meal making. Most of the dinners I prepared, but during the morning breakfast hours, toast and coffee, maybe the caregiver would do that. Lunch, it depended on the day. Sometimes we had leftovers, other times there were even friends who brought food over for us too. But yeah, that's how we manage the caregiving and meal making part.
I see. So you were both working at the time and had some outside help. Did you also have any family members or other folks that helped you out?
I really didn't have anyone else to help me. My wife was working at the time, so until she came home, she watched her mom. But other than that, and since she was able to in the first few years to be on her own, I just make sure she had enough food ready for her, and so that I didn't have to really worry about her being by herself at that time.
I had help from members of my family. Terry, my husband, helped me a lot. He was working too, but he pitched in to do a lot of just the daily things that are required in caregiving. My niece lives nearby, my son also nearby. So they all pitched in and really provided not only hands-on caregiving, but part of the socialization aspects of, you know, what to keep her company and not feel so isolated during the day. This is before the pandemic, thank goodness.
I see. Yeah, so you're both working and I'm sure that was difficult. Can you both talk a little bit more about how that affected your caregiving journey?
Well, working, I usually, well, she was here for the few years, first couple years. I prepared her food and gave it to her, and then I take off and run my errands or things I had to do for a few hours, come back and get her lunch ready, and then took off again to take care of some other items. Later on, when we did have a caregiver come in, that's when I was working straight hours, 4 or 5 hours a day. So I had the food ready for her, like I said before. And so she was taking care of her during that time.
For me, I was wholly dependent on caregivers for most of the daytime hours until we all came back from work, with exception of those who checked in on her during the day. The caregiver was responsible for really helping my mother get up and down, do some physical therapy exercises that were prescribed by her physician, and warm her food up. So until one of us got home from work, the daytime hours were really dependent on a caregiver.
I see. Thank you both for sharing your responses. So we can move into talking about food now, and more importantly, cooking as caregivers that you both already mentioned. Ron, you prepared meals for your mother-in-law, and you also prepare meals for the Pasadena Nikkei Seniors group. Could you please explain your process for how you decide on meals for your mother-in-law, and could you explain how many meals you prepare and decide for the menu for those Pasadena Nikkei Seniors?
Well, my mother-in-law was very simple. I guess she didn't want anything fancy, and I fed her what she was eating before she came to my house, the things that she liked or always made for herself. So basically that's toast and some eggs or yogurt and fruit. And I was lucky that she wasn't diabetic or she didn't have any cholesterol problems. So it was open for the menu that she got to eat. And lunch was same. She liked a small sandwich and maybe soup. And the soup, if it was like a canned soup, it would go for a couple days because she didn't really eat that much. As far as making meals for the Pasadena Nikkei seniors, during the pandemic, we decided we had to do something about providing something for our seniors. And so we did a couple meals a month. I did one, and a friend, Jeannie Toshima, and her friends made another meal. But at the beginning, we prepared for 80 people, and we had 12 younger seniors delivered to the older ones that were not able to drive. And later, we opened it up to 140 meals, where we had the delivery system still for the 80, and the balance was people that drove through our center to pick up their meals, and that were able to. And as far as the food, I just made something that I can make a lot of, that didn't take much time, but took me 4 hours to cook chicken one time, and that was starting at 2 in the morning. But that was part of my meal, and it was simple. Some were simple as prime rib sandwich, Hawaiian ribs, and the last meal I made for 140 was Mexican turkey soup. So it was something that you could serve quite a bit for quite a few people.
Wow, prime rib sandwich is simple. That's amazing. That's amazing. Wow, how far in advance do you have to plan in order to feed? Was it 140 people?
Yes, well, I just start for me, I write everything down, all the items I need and how much to get. And how much items is guessing at what I actually need, and to figure out how much meat, protein to buy and things. But I always go to 5 to 6 places to purchase everything during the week, looking for the sales and trying to find which is best. If it's not good, I'll go to another store. But it really comes down to something simple enough where they'll be able to eat, and nothing too tough for them. They are seniors. I like chili in my food, so I leave all that out and make it mild. And some of it is not seasoned as much as I would like, but they could always add seasoning on their own.
Wow, that's so thoughtful. It takes a lot for me to just go shopping for myself. I can't imagine it. So thank you for doing all of that. Let's go to Jane. You also prepared a lot of meals for your mom, and then you prepared meals for Faith United Methodist Church. Could you also explain your process for how you decide on meals for your mom, and also explain how many meals you help prepare and how you decide on that menu at Faith United Methodist Church?
Sure. For my mom, it's very similar as Ron describes his experience. I know what my mom likes to eat and what she enjoys, so try to do that for dinners. Our experience at Faith United Methodist Church is a really wonderful ministry of intergenerational and intercultural ministry groups that get together. So the recipe is actually thought up by our Japanese language ministry. And they think of Japanese foods that our seniors will enjoy. And all the language ministries, including the Japanese language and the English language, volunteers get together, and we divide the work into 3-4 different ways. There's a group that does the shopping, and there's a group that does the cooking, and then there's a group that does the delivery. And our ministry has grown by word of mouth to those who hear about, what we do. And we're in the process. Actually, this is one of several meal programs that we have at Faith. And we're in the process with our pastor to grow this into a broader opportunity to feed those and provide food for those as these needs grow.
Wow, that sounds like it's a huge community effort, a lot of communication. About how often for you all too does it take, how long does it take to plan, like maybe for a meal delivery?
Well, ours is done on a monthly basis. We are probably going to be increasing that. That's our goal. Because we see that need. But our Nihon Gobu congregation members, our volunteers, think of the menu a month to several weeks in advance, and then that list is given to the volunteers who actually look for, and as Ron says, shops with savings or places to go acquire these food ingredients. And then those who are going to cook show up on the given Saturday, and we go to work with what's been delivered for us.
Wow, that sounds amazing.
It's fun. It's a really wonderful fellowship and a collective group of people who really find enjoyment in the meal making, the delivery. It's a nice fellowship for us as well as for those who receive our food.
Yeah, and then do you all get to, I guess, exchange or share different recipes as well?
Oh, that's part of it. That was part of the enjoyment for us because the Japanese language ministry prepared the menus, and many of us have never made those dishes before. So it was a way for us to make it together and learn, and then we would have those recipes to share with our family.
Was it difficult to find any of the Japanese ingredients in any of those dishes?
Well, we have a really, really wonderful situation where we're directly next door to Nijiya Market.
Oh, that's
So,
true.
yeah, our parking lots are kind of
connected. So if we ever forgot something, we could make a quick run.
Oh,
Yeah,
good situation.
yeah.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to be hearing from questions from the folks who have submitted stuff in the Q&A button on the bottom portion of the screen. You can still submit some questions if you'd like them to be answered. So here's some questions. The first one, going back to Jane in the video, and then Ron, feel free to chime in too if you have other tips. But how long do you soak the kombu in the water? Is it soaked in hot water or cold water? Any other tips you have for that?
So because I cook fairly frequently, I just stick dried kombu, probably about 6 to 8 inches. And, you know, it's dehydrated, so it's kind of a narrow ribbon. And you saw that I had it in a glass jar. You could use anything that you have and stick it in the water, just tap water, a pitcher. That one was a quart, the size that you saw. It just expands. And you could leave it overnight, but, you know, if you want to do it in the morning as you go off to work, or if you're really pressed for time, and sometimes I haven't thought of it, so I think, oh, I need dashi. I'll just take a dried kombu and put it into the water as I'm gently heating it, and then make dashi right there on the spot. And you saw me use the katsuo packet, but you could actually get katsuo bushi and do the same thing. You just throw it right in the water, and you'll get dashi in a few minutes. That's how easy it is.
And then maybe for both of you, what are some healthy soft food options for someone with few teeth or maybe sensitive teeth? I know that Ron, you mentioned that you usually go for some softer options. What are some general food items that you'd recommend?
Well, actually, even if you were to say cook a meat dish or a pork dish or whatever, if I made something with meat or my mother-in-law, I would usually cook it a long time to get it soft by itself, and so it makes it easier with less fat in it, and it'll break down into something a little more tender, like for stew or soups. And fish is always flaky, just make it boneless. Those are, you know, I try not to give her, like I said, just plain old spare ribs or something to eat. Her teeth wouldn't handle it, and it'll be too tough to chew. So just to break down the food while you're getting things ready.
I think for me, one of the easiest things to make are dishes with like ground chicken or ground pork, beef. The soboro style. Soboro means it's just ground, and you season it with mirin and a little sugar, a little bit of shoyu, and that's really, really easy to eat. And you can pour it over like grilled nasu or zucchini, any vegetable that's soft. I think one of the advantages of Japanese markets is that they fillet their fish for one serving sizes, even though they might put 2 or 3 pieces in one package. The flakiness of things like black cod fillets, or you saw me use the salmon, even the bonito that is so popular for Japanese. Very, very soft fish to navigate through, and it doesn't have, there's few bones, you know, you're not trying to work through bones. So I think those are real helpful. And then the mille fleur that you saw me make, you know, the original recipe for that is made with pork belly because it has more flavor. But if you're cooking for the elderly and you want to watch fat and take the very lean, thin, any kind of shabu-shabu thickness of Japanese cut meats is really easy for people to eat.
And then we have another question about the video that Jane made. What's the name of the packet used for the miso base and the layered napa and pork dish?
What's the name of the
Packet used for the miso soup base? So maybe the type of miso you used in your miso soup.
That was awase miso. If you go to the Japanese food section, a refrigerated section, where there's a whole wall of different kinds of miso. And that's the reason why I said you can just try a variety and adapt it to your taste, but some come in like plastic plastic containers, other come in vinyl bags. So you can taste the white miso or the red miso and see what kind of suits your palate. And the dashinomoto, I use one that just comes in these single packs that you could just open into hot water. It's
And
sold
the
at-
dashi, and the dashinomoto was the powdered, like bonito. Is that bonito?
Yes.
Flavoring?
Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah. So
It's the
there's your answer, folks. And so while we're also talking about fat intake, maybe we can also focus on sodium. A lot of folks had questions about that. So how do you go about altering Japanese dishes that are heavy in shoyu or other sodium? And then Ron, you can also come in afterwards and answer, how do you control sodium for your meals too?
Ron, you want to go first? Yeah.
Or Jane, or
Both Ron and I, obviously we answered that his mother-in-law and my mother do not have dietary restrictions, and my mom does not have anything that prevents her from eating, regular foods. So we're not that careful with sodium or sugar. She doesn't have diabetes either. But if you are going to be watchful for that, I think you can use low sodium shoyu and really restrict the salt, added salt, and use more of the natural flavors of the vegetables and enhance it with mirin, sake, if they're able to, mirin has sugar in it too. That's how I would control the flavor. Something that I want to dispel real quickly is a lot of people think that the brown color of Japanese foods, the sauces and whatnot, are heavy shoyu. It's really the dashi that gives the flavor to Japanese foods. And because of the color of the shoyu, it turns dark. But you saw how much shoyu I put into like 2 cups of water. It's really not that much. You're not really flavoring it with shoyu. Your flavor comes from the dashi.
yeah, I agree with Jane that a lot of the flavoring comes from the food that you prepare. I normally use the light shoyu and use half of the, if there's a what do you call something that, a recipe that has so much to put so much in, I usually go with half and then taste it and see what else I could add to bring the flavor out. Not so much salt, or the shoyu really makes things salty if you use the regular shoyu. So I usually go with half the recipe and then add gradually something else that will bring out the flavor of the dish.
And then folks also had the same question for sugar. So maybe we can just cover all of our bases. How do you make everything nutritionally balanced, maybe? Let's start with Jane this time.
Sugar, my family knows I'm not a sugar or flour fan. And so that's just not something that I use too much in my cooking. Of course, for a dish like nikudon, you're going to need a little sugar, but I prefer to use mirin and home mirin. I really want to emphasize that you should look at your labels and not buy the meeting that has high fructose corn syrup, but really buy home meeting. And then also, I like to use Okinawa sugar. I didn't use it in the video because I didn't want people to think I was making things overly complicated. But Japanese markets, you can buy natural sugar, and Okinawa sugar is really delicious too. So I use a lot of that in my cooking.
And how about you, Ron? Any tips for making everything more balanced?
I don't really have any answers for the sugar because when I make a teriyaki sauce or something, I never buy anymore. I always make my own. But I put more sugar than the shoyu because otherwise it gets too salty, and I'd rather have the little sweeter flavor. But overall, I don't really watch so much, which I should, but I really don't have any ideas of how to take the sugar out of an item that needs that sweetness. So like Jane said, maybe other ingredients like a different type of sugar or meeting that has a little more flavor in it to use for a sugar substitute.
Also too, with the ponzu, I should mention that in the video, I used lemon and soy sauce. You can easily add the dashi that comes out from the actual donabe itself. And you can dilute, and that flavor, that is already flavored. So it helps to not make the shoyu as strong.
I see. And then let's see, we have one last question that we can answer for today. So this one's for Jane. Does Faith United Methodist Church have a cookbook available that includes some senior-friendly recipes used by the Japanese ministry?
It's so funny you should ask. I have Faith United Methodist cookbook right here, and I think we still have a few available for sale if you call our church. But yeah, we put that together right before the holidays. We have had several other cookbooks in the past from our Nisei who had wonderful recipes, and we've collected a special section of their recipes, which are included right here.
Wow. And then Ron, does the Pasadena Nikkei Seniors Group plan to have a cookbook maybe? How to cook for 140 people.
I don't think the Nikkei seniors actually have one, but I thought the Pasadena Buddhist Temple had made one before. I'm not sure on that. But as far as recipes, whenever some of these seniors ask me for, I'll give them what I made, a recipe. And sometimes it gets put on our website, some of the things that I have made. I'm probably more known for making tsukemono. Not too many senseis do make it. So I'm one of them that has always tried and made different ones. So
That sounds amazing. Well, I know that for today's recipes, all three of Jane's recipes, the Cato staff will have that posted later. So if anyone's interested, we'll have that ready for you all. But otherwise, thank you both so much for answering all these questions and for sharing your talents, your skills, and most of all, your love for the community. It's very appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
As we close today's conference, I just want to thank everyone for joining today. Thank you so much for coming today. And then thank you also to our wonderful speakers, our panelists, Ron and Jane, who made this event educational and memorable. I certainly learned a lot today, and I hope you all did as well. If you found today's program and caregiver resources valuable, I invite you all to join us by making a gift to Cato today. Your gift supports our programs like today's conference and enables us to meet the growing needs of thousands of older adults in our community. So you can visit our website at cato.org/support to learn how you can join us in our efforts. And I also would like to invite you all to provide us evaluation for today's content. This will help us improve our content in the future, and your voices are really valuable. You can find that link in the chat as well. Thank you so much again for spending your morning and your afternoon with us. I hope to see you all soon. Take care, stay safe. Thank you.